tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 66 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 58. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 67 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 58. Rainfall around a ½ inch. Here's our 7-day outlook. tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 67 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, periods of rain early, low 58. Rainfall around a half an inch. Here's our 7-day outlook. A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 66 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, showers and a thunderstorm early, low 58. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Elk City, up toward Canute, and near and just north and west of Clinton, up into Custer County, and then up toward Butler and False Lake.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Very close to Eric, moving on up central and north central Beckham County. Near Sayre, you're under a tornado watch. Not a tornado warning right now, but it is an organized supercell with at least golf ball size hail with it. Inflow is increasing as well. Conditions favorable for tornadic activity ahead of that, so we'll keep close track of that. Also out here by Memphis, this is heading up toward Wellington, then up into northern Harmon County and Greer County. That's got possible tornadic activity with it. There's your time of arrival here. Harmon County, Greer County, heading up toward Carter and Willow, eventually Rocky, Sentinel, Elk City, and Cordell. So heads up for you folks. It's heading your way. Tornado possible with that. Severe thunderstorm, at least 1.5 to 2 inch diameter hail with that. Enhanced risk continues for all of western Oklahoma, including up to baseball 75-mile-per-hour winds, tornadoes, potentially a few strong tornadoes deeper into our evening. Between now and 10 o'clock, this is where the action will be. By 10 o'clock, storms not too far to the west of the metro. Tracking it carefully. Stay at News 4. We'll keep you forewarned.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 66 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, showers and a thunderstorm early, low 58. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. Tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 67 degrees with showers in the area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. Tonight, showers and a thunderstorm early, low 58. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. tornado watch is in effect. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for
Currently
in our area. 67 degrees with showers in the area. Tonight, thunderstorms early, low 58. Chance of rain, 80%. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And supercells continue to increase in the western part of our state. Hail sizes are getting bigger. Our storm trackers are out. Let's take a look what's going on. 8:05 here on your Thursday. Here in Oklahoma City, we're mostly cloudy.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
As of right now, that's good. Until midnight, whoop, just changed that. Brand new tornado warning now for Major County. Major County tornado warning right there. That's going to be for you folks very close to Fairview. We'll take a close look at that here coming up. Severe thunderstorm warnings here for Roger Mills and Beckham County. Also back down in Memphis, Texas. Tornado warning now just west of Fairview, lifting to the north-northeast at 38 miles per hour. So Fairview, Clio Springs, Oriena. That is a brand new tornado warning for you. First one of the evening. Here's Oklahoma City, the tornado watch. The watch is just to our west, but one tornado warning now for Major County. Motion there again to the north-northeast. It's got baseball-sized hail with it, too. Very, very large hail. And the hook there increasing northwest of Canton Lake, lifting to the north-northeast. Hail are also coming up on Alva. That's got at least golf balls with it for you folks in Alva. So golf ball or larger size hail, Woods County in the Alva area. and there's the hail core there coming up between Tacoma and Alva on that one. And then a tornado warning now just northwest.
A tornado watch is in effect.
Tracking very close and just west of Fairview up to Clio Springs and Orienta. So in particular, Clio Springs, Orienta, tornado safety.
Currently in our area, 68 degrees with showers in the area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
So to almost 8:30, so we're talking about 15 minutes from right now. And then Aileen, Carmen, Helena, Goltry, Jet, and Nash. It's got baseballs with it, so it's a giant supercell here with baseballs and a possible tornado. Let's go out here to Connor Toon in Beckham County for an update. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're northbound on Highway 283 coming in.
Tonight, thunderstorms early, low 58. Chance of rain, 80%.
Lightning, lots of cloud to ground lightning, and a pretty good sized hail.
Here's our 7-day outlook.
Radar out here, Mike. Back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to radar here and check it out. Storms in western Oklahoma are severe. They remain favorable here for tornadic activity, but as of yet, no tornado warnings for western Oklahoma. Motion here, golf balls with this one near Sayre. Heading up toward Elk City, again, quite favorable for development of tornadic activity in this part of our state. There's the time of arrival in the Sayre area right now. Elk City at 8:32, Canute 8:44, Butler by 9:04. Golf balls with that and potentially increasing tornado threat as we head through the 8:30 and 9 o'clock hour. Other supercells west of Wellington. Those are tracking toward northern Harmon County and Greer County and southern Beckham County, and that's a hailer. Earlier had a possible tornado with that one, so heads up for you folks in southwestern Oklahoma. But we have one tornado warning. It's going to be just to the southwest of Fairview with baseball-size hail just to the west through north of Canton Lake.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Clio Springs and Aileen and Carmen, Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
County, extreme southeastern Woods County, up into Alfalfa County. Tornado warning, Helena, Carmen, and then eventually up toward Great Salt Plains Reservoir. The developing tornado here about 5 miles northwest of Canton Lake and about 9 miles to the west southwest of Fairview. Should go just to the west of Fairview, but heads up for Clio Springs and Orienta for you folks in that part of our state. Let's go back over to Connor Toon, talk about Beckham County, about increasing hail sizes there. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, radar is indicating to us that hail size got pretty big as it was crossing I-40 just to our north. So we're on the southern flank of this storm that's crossing I-40. It is severe. Again, lots of cloud to ground lightning. So this is not the tornado warning up by Fairview. This is the storm by Sayre. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so what do you think about that hail size there, Connor? Tell me about that.
On radar, it looks pretty big.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
On the side of the road where it's fallen recently yet. Like I said, we're just now coming into Sayre. But I will say the storm, every time we get a good flash of lightning, Mike, I see pretty good defined structure on this storm as well. Back to you. Okay,
very good. So let's go back over to radar here and talk about it looks like it could be tornadic for you folks near Fairview. So looking at this, got baseballs with it as well. So heads up definitely. Call folks in Clio Springs and Orienta. Baseballs, possible tornado, could be tornadic right about now. We'll zoom on in, take a look. There's the hook with it. So it's going to be just to the west of Fairview. You folks at Fairview, the western side of town, you're in the tornado warning, but it looks tornadic right now. That looks like a tornado on Doppler radar. There's Fairview, the motion there, just on the west side of Fairview. So no travel there on the highway west of Fairview. Avoid that area.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
That looks tornadic. Heading up toward the west and north sides of Fairview, up to Clio Springs and Orienta. There's Clio Springs, talking about central and northern Major County, a little ways west of Ringwood, and then eventually up toward Helena and Alfalfa County, up toward Great Salt Plains Lake, to the west of Carrier and Hillsdale, and just to the west of Lahoma, up into far western Grant County, not too far from Wakita here a bit later on, but that does look tornadic. That's a dangerous supercell there with baseballs, Damaging winds of 70 to 75, and it very much looks like a tornado right there. In fact, the rotation with that looks quite large. So there's Fairview, just kind of watching that mile by mile. So anybody here to the west of Fairview just by a mile or 2, 3, 4, and to the north of Fairview by 2, 3, 4 miles up toward Clear Springs.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Strong circulation, could easily be a tornado on the ground right now. Let's go back over to Connor Toon, get an update for western Oklahoma. Check out those supercells in the western part of our state. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're coming up on the southern flank from the south into the town of Sayre on the storm that's it's actually a little north of Sayre, northwest of that hail core right now. Lots of very frequent cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm. It's really picked up in intensity in the last 15, 20 minutes or so. It's kind of seeming like right now all the storms around us are intensifying rather quickly. Mike, back to you.
Okay, very good. So if you're just now joining us here, we've got what appears to be a tornado here on the west side of Fairview, moving northeast at 38 miles per hour. It does look like a very dangerous storm, and it is moving just on the west and north sides of Fairview. There is a high degree of probability that that is a tornado. The circulation looks quite strong. So quite strong for you folks up here in Major County. This is definitely serious. Just to the west through north of Fairview. Cleo Springs, Orienta, heads up for you. And that's exactly where that is tracking right now. So one tornado warning in our
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Got a strong mesocyclone there with a couplet right there in the middle of high velocity. So that's likely a tornado. Mike Bennett there is closing in from the Lahoma area, looking out to his west. So you folks just to the west through north of Fairview. Dangerous situation here, kind of in ranch land out here just to the west of Fairview now. But again, heads up for Cleo Springs and Orienta both. Cleo Springs and Orienta both here, and then up toward Carmen and Helena, Goldtree, Jet, Nash, up in Alfalfa County. Looking at the swirl here on radar, looks to be a very intense mesocyclone with even a little bit of a developing potential debris signature. Little debris signature there trying to make an appearance in that rotation there just on the western sides of Fairview. So it's got baseballs with it, moving northeast at around 38 to 40 miles an hour. So the mesocyclone is the red and the green. The tornado itself is where the hot red and the hot green there going to blue go together. So it does look tornadic here, just about 4 miles to the west now of Fairview. No travel to the west of Fairview at all. Dangerous here. Cleo Springs and Orienta, Cleo Springs in particular. You see it's coming into view right here. So red line, center line for Cleo Springs, and then Helena. See that? Helena. So if you're just now joining us, dangerous situation in Major County. Heads up for you folks in Alfalfa County.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
We'll see the rotation come into view here momentarily. But again, Orienta, heads up for you, Cleo Springs. If you know anybody in Cleo Springs and Orienta, call them. Make sure they know. This rotation there is quite intense. See that? Hot red, very hot green going to blue there. That is likely a tornado there and showing some indication of a debris signature there starting to form to the west of Fairview. So heads up, dangerous situation there. That's in Major County. One tornado warning. Got a hailer here on the southeast side of Alva. That's going to track just to the east of Alva for you folks in Woods County, up toward Burlington and Driftwood in northern Alfalfa County. As that moves to the north-northeast around 40 miles per hour, about to travel into the Burlington area right now. And a dangerous supercell with baseballs and a likely tornado now about 4 miles to the west of Fairview. Let's go back over to Connor Toon, checking with Mike Bennett here momentarily as well. Let's go to Connor Toon in Beckham County. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're just pulling into the town of Sayre. This storm is still pretty intense. It may have come down in intensity a little bit just in the last few minutes. That hail core kind of came down, and this cloud-to-ground lightning I've noticed come down a little bit. But overall, a real uptick in intensity here in western Oklahoma over the last 15, 20 minutes. Back to you.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Going on right now, by far the most dangerous storm in the state is this one coming up here on the west side of Fairview. It will likely travel just to the west of Fairview. You folks in Fairview, they're on the edge of the tornado warning. But big time heads up for Cleo Springs and Orienta. It's red line, center line for Cleo Springs, and the motion pretty quickly here to the northeast at 38 miles per hour. So indications are that it is a tornado on the ground. The rotation's very large. The velocities inside of the mesocyclone are intense, and it's gate to gate, or like two parts of a gate swinging each side, so it does look like it is tornadic clearly right there. That appears to be a decently strong tornado signature right here. Indications of a little bit of a debris signature trying to form also to the west of Fairview. It will likely travel just to the west of Fairview, but red line, center line, you see it's coming into view there for Cleo Springs. See that? So call anybody that you know in Cleo Springs and Orienta. Call them. And also up in Helena and southern Alfalfa County, not too far from Carmen. Helena in particular, Carmen, yes. Call them and let them know also. Make sure they're aware of what's going on. Out of Major County into Alfalfa County. Dangerous situation right here. Looks to be a significantly strong tornado. We'll zoom on in. There's Orienta, there's Cleo Springs, and the tornado.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Turning toward Fairview. If anything, it's turning a little bit more to the north-northeast, but it appears to be red line, center line for Cleo Springs. Orienta, very close to you also, dangerously close. You're in the tornado warning. From there up into Alfalfa County is where that's tracking. Looks to be very much a decent-sized tornado signature right there. Baseball-size hail also. It's got a huge hail. Hook with it also. Again, Cleo Springs up into Aileen, Cleo Springs, Aileen, Carmen, Helena, Gultrajet, Nash, Alfalfa County. Dangerous situation here, zooming on out. There's Carmen, Helena, Aileen, Cleo Springs, Orienta. The hook here just about 5 miles. It's really moving almost north-northeast, so about 5 miles due west of Fairview right now. And it's moving up into eventually Alfalfa County out of Major County. Got a hailer there on the southeastern sides of Alva, eastern sides of Alva, heading up toward Burlington right now. One tornado warning. It's this one right here, about 5 miles to the west of Fairview. Likely tornado. Back out to Beckham County with Connor Toon. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're still watching this supercell here that's over the town of Sayre, over and maybe just a little bit north of the town of Sayre, that hail core is. In the flashes of lightning,
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
It's got a lot of curvature to it. That tells me that this storm it's got rotation that can up the hail sizes. So pretty intense storm over I-40 in the town of Sayre right now. Mike, back to you.
Tell me about the trends on that, Connor, the trend of that supercell out in Beckham County.
It's not moving real fast, Mike. It keeps kind of curving around. That southwest flank will kind of curve around. The hail size will pick back up over I-40 and northwest of 40. But it's right here on us, just to our north. Again, we're on the southern flank of that storm with the camera pointed at it. So hopefully a few flashes of lightning can give you a peek at that structure. Back to you.
Okay. Going back over here to Major County, we'll check with Mike Bennett here momentarily. So we have one really large, well-organized supercell here. It's got a great big deep hook on it. West of Fairview, again, heads up for Cleo Springs. Nighttime tornadoes, this is a dangerous situation. And the rotation on this is very large. The mesocyclone's quite large. Inside of that, there's a big tornado vortex signature with it. And the hook continues to intensify. Completely well-balanced, strong rotating mesocyclone with appears to be a decent-sized tornado inside of that. So tornado very, very likely. We're getting indications of debris signature from time to time. 5 miles, 5.5 miles to the west of Fairview. Look where it's going here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
River up into Alfalfa County. So heads up for you folks. There's the debris detector right there. You look for these colors that go to yellow and blue. So there's west of Fairview, the yellow and blue areas for the possibility of seeing debris signature here and strong indications of seeing some debris right there in that storm in Major County. Again, giant mesocyclone with it heading up here toward Cleo Springs and Aileen, just to the west through northwest now of Fairview, and indications are of a debris signature with it. So a dangerous situation here for Major County. Zooming on in, there's Cleo Springs, there's Orienta, and here comes the mesocyclone. So right up here toward Orienta and Cleo Springs in particular, red line, center line for you folks in Major County. Big hook with it, big strong hook. Orienta here about 8:30 or so, 9 minutes from now. Cleo Springs in about 12 minutes from right now, not very long. Aileen in about 17 minutes, 18, 19, 20 minutes from right now. Carmen, Helena, Goltry, Cherokee, Alfalfa County. So heads up for you folks, it is heading your way. And it's got at least baseballs with it, 2.75, maybe a little bit bigger. So it's got giant hail with it. And that is one impressive supercell there. Let's go back to Connor Toon update here for you folks in Beckham County. Connor?
Okay, I see you up there.
Yeah, Mike, we're moving north on 283. We're gonna be pulling
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
in the last few minutes. I've got southeast winds that aren't just cranking from the low-level jet. I'm going to say I think this is straight inflow into this storm now. So north of the town of Sayre, there's on radar and visually, I'd say a pretty good mesocyclone, a notch. So this storm over the town of Sayre, north of the town of Sayre, is intense right now. Mike, back to you.
Okay, lightning rates. What are those lightning rates done?
Mike, the lightning rates have stayed pretty consistent. It seems like it'll cycle a little bit. The lightning rates will come down, and then as it picks back up in intensity, those cloud-to-ground lightning strikes pick up. So it's sort of a cycling and evolving cell right now. Mike, back to you.
Okay, very good. Let's go back over to radar here, give you an overview. Dangerous situation here west through north of Fairview, heading for Cleo Springs. Can't emphasize it enough. Giant deep hook with it. Likely a tornado, looks to be a significant tornado. Debris signature is also there, confirming tornado on the ground. So just northwest of Fairview, again, everybody in Cleo Springs should be in their safe spot. Storm cellar, basement, below ground if you can. Mobile homes will not be safe in tornadic winds. This could be a strong tornado, looks pretty large too. So very dangerous here for Cleo Springs.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Where the tornado is located. So we got a hailer up here northeast of Alva near Burlington. That's moving up into Kansas. Not a problem there. Hail with that's about golf balls up there in northern Alfalfa County. And a giant supercell here with a likely large tornado with a debris signature embedded right there where it should be, right where the hook is wrapping around. So heading up for Cleo Springs, Orienta here on the south side of Cleo Springs, very close to you or just to your west, just to your west. So Cleo Springs, Aileen, Cleo Springs, everybody up here should know. Dangerous, dangerous situation here. You see the mesocyclone continues quite large with occasional debris signature there heading up toward Cleo Springs. You look for the colors here going to basically blue. So you look for the blue signatures in through here for lofted debris, and we're showing at least some light debris.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
So likely tornado on the ground. So Cleo Springs heading right for you, Aileen, and up toward Carmen and Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash. Helena, Goltry, Jet, Nash, Aileen, Cleo Springs, Orienta here, and very close to you. That circulation is just simply gigantic. Very large, dangerous, dangerous storm right here. So you folks in Cleo Springs, everybody should be in their safe spot. Everybody needs to know. If you have friends or loved ones there, call them, text them, do that now. Make sure they know. Nighttime tornadoes, very, very dangerous here for Orienta and Cleo Springs, Oklahoma, in Major County. Look at that hook, big giant hook. Orienta, Cleo Springs, there's your time of arrival. These times are sooner. It's 8:25 right now. Cleo Springs about 8:38, 8:40, so we're talking about 13 minutes from right now. Not very much time, leaving 11, 12 minutes. Moving northeasterly, northeasterly between 38 and 40 miles per hour. And it's got baseballs with it as well. So dangerous situation. Can't say it enough times for you folks in Orienta and Cleo Springs. Let's go back over to Connor Toon. This supercell continues with at least golf balls with it north of Sayre and just to the west of Elk City with an update here. Connor?
Yeah, Mike, we're just south of the town of Sayre. We're looking at kind of a sharp lowering. We're going to be really close.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Pretty much right over the town of Sayre to maybe a little northwest of town. And the town's lights, I really think is going to illuminate this structure that's ahead of us here. It's a pretty low base, kind of a sharp nub lowering really close to us. Again, this is going to be really, really close, maybe just northwest of the town of Sayre right now. Mike, back to you.
So the trend on that is definitely up. Is that true?
Yeah, visually and the inflow, again, has really picked up on this in this storm. It's a warm, moist wind at our back that's feeding into the storm. And, again, it does keep presenting this kind of these structure. Well, once the lightning illuminates it, you'll see these nub lowerings in what I think is a big bowl wall cloud, basically over to just north of the town of Sayre. Mike, right now, back to you.
Okay, and your inflow is increasing, right?
Yes, definitely on that. Definitely an increase in that southeasterly warm winds into the storm. Back to you.
Okay, so here's the time of arrival on that one that Connor's talking about right there. It's not tornado warned, but it is a supercell. So moving northeasterly between 35 and 40. So we're talking about going up into western Custer County here. So Hammond, Butler, the lake, Foss Lake, Custer City, Putnam is where that's tracking. So
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Oklahoma, the tornado watch continues. Even potential for a few strong tornadoes, and there has been a decent tornado, sure looks like it, with debris being lofted just to the west of Fairview and Major County. So here's for you folks in western Oklahoma. These are all hailers right here. These are all hailers, lots of golf balls. Then we have baseball-size hail again coming into Cleo Springs. Time of arrival for that. This is the one that has the tornado with it. So Cleo Springs here coming up very soon here, about 8:40 or so. We're talking about 11 minutes from right now, so not very far down the road here. Aileen, Carmen, Helena, Goldtree, Cherokee by around 9:15 or so this evening. So again, zoomed in here, this is velocity. So there's Cleo Springs, there's Orienta, and here comes the likely tornado right here. We'll zoom out. It's got a giant mesocyclone with it, with right there in the middle of it. Strong motion each direction as the radar beam is shooting through what appears to be the tornado vortex. So this is, cannot emphasize how dangerous this is. Coming on up here, look at the hot red. Look at the hot red. Focused right into the middle of that. That's the wind being yanked around the vortex of the tornado. That's what Doppler looks like when it does that. So, red line, center line for Cleo Springs. Very, very dangerous.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And you see exactly where that is tracking, right up there into the Cleo Springs area. We need this to lift before it makes Cleo Springs. Everybody in Cleo Springs should be in their safe spot. And the debris detector there going more to blue, indicating, looks like lofted, light lofted debris there. Here's the shear tracker, the shear detector showing the path of the likely tornado, and you see exactly where it's going. The path of the likely tornado right toward Cleo Springs. Again, there's the velocity again, and look at the hook. My goodness, so dangerous. Big scorpion tail now with a stinger. Big scorpion tail here. Likely significant tornado. Could be significant. We're talking significant velocities here. Very, very dangerous. Everybody in Cleo Springs, your lives could be in danger. So you need to be in that safe spot. Lowest level you can. Mobile homes will not be safe. It's going to travel to the northwest of Fairview, but look at that hook. Showing really strong motion here in that mesocyclone with baseballs here just to the southwest and west of Cleo Springs. And we need this to lift. Coming right into Cleo Springs right here. So anybody you know in Cleo Springs or around Cleo Springs, mobile homes, make sure they know this is life-threatening. In Major County, for you folks in Major County, Cleo Springs, Orienta.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Aileen, Carmen, Helena, Goldtree, Jet, Nash. Look at the hook. It's what you don't want to see. Classic violent tornado signature. That's what this is. Look at that. So dangerous. And look how it's changed just in the past 5 minutes. We need this to lift. Cleo Springs, your lives are in danger. Mobile homes will be totally unsafe. Interior closet or bathroom, do the best you can. Below ground, storm cellar, basement. If your neighbor has a storm cellar or basement right next door to you, go there. Do it. We need it to lift. Giant hook, likely a large, potentially violent tornado with a debris ball detected. There's the track of the tornado there heading right into Cleo Springs. There's your debris right there. That's the tornado right there. The dark blue coming right into Cleo Springs. So we need this to lift. Let's go quick update here with Connor Toon for you folks in Beckham County. Mike Bennett coming up too.
Yeah, Mike, we were right at the on-ramp for I-40 in the town of Sayre, and we're looking straight north. We've got the camera point straight north at a wall cloud. Pretty pronounced lowerings. They keep kind of cycling. These nub appendages keep popping out of the bottom of the storm. This is the same sort of environment as the storm that's producing the tornado.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Need to be paying attention to this storm as well. Back to you.
Okay, let's go to Mike Bennett. Mike Bennett is between Lahoma and Cleo Springs right now with an update looking at the storm right out his front windshield. Mike?
Yeah, okay, Mike. Yeah, we're closed in on it. Right now, I'm just far enough away. I can't see structure with it yet, but there is a lot of lightning with it. And so we should be in position where we start seeing structure. And if there's a tornado on the ground, we should be able to see it here in about probably 15 minutes or maybe less. Back to you.
Okay, so we need this to lift. It is turning a little bit more to the northeast, which is good. Mike Bennett here between Cleo Springs and Lahoma. Let's go back over to radar here. And the tornado is turning a little bit more to the northeast. Classic, potentially violent tornado signature right there. Look at that structure. Structure's just out of sight, over the top. Big swirl, stinger tail, scorpion tail, violent velocities in it. Hailer there traveling into Kansas, not a problem there, going up past Burlington. But then you take a look here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Close. Zooming on in. Here's Cleo Springs. There's the tornado. Doesn't get any more classic than that. It's definitely on the ground. We're showing debris being lofted. It is to the northwest of Fairview now by about 7 miles. But we need this to lift because it's going to wobble. That path is going to wobble back and forth. And it made a little wobble to the northeast. But now it looks like it's wobbling more to the northeast. So this path is going to go back and forth, back and forth. But it looks like it's red line, center line for Cleo Springs. So again, can't stress it enough. Everybody in Cleo Springs has got to be in their safest spot they know. Mobile homes will be very dangerous. Below ground, interior closet or bathroom away from windows. Do the best you can. Neighbors know neighbors in Cleo Springs. If you've got a storm cellar right next door, you need to go there right now. This is dangerous. It needs to lift. Here comes the hook. Here comes the tornado. Orienta, very close. Red line, center line here for Cleo Springs. There's baseballs west of Cleo Springs right now. Indications of a large tornado right there, big. The mesocyclone is just giant, very large. There's the path of the tornado.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
It needs to lift. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett. Again, life-threatening situation in Cleo Springs, you folks. Got to be safe.
The Oriental Y will be.
Go, Mike
Okay,
Bennett.
Mike. Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're closed in on it. We're coming up on Mino right now, and we're in a construction zone. It's got to be a little slowed down, but we should be able to see some structure here in a little bit. We're just kind of watching the horizon, which is where the base of the rain-free base is going to be, where the wall cloud's going to be, where the tornado's going to be. Is going to be on the horizon with the distance that we are from it. And right now we're not seeing anything in terms of structure where I could give you a clear picture of what's happening. But I'll tell you this, based on the lightning, Mike, this is a very, very intense storm. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, a lot of cloud-to-cloud lightning. And so when we get there, it should be, we should have a lot of lightning to help us light the base of the cloud up where we can see it. But anyway, I just recommend everybody in Cleo Springs and then, later on, Alley, and take cover. Be ready for it. Back to you.
Okay, you folks in Orienta, it's going to be extremely close. The Orienta Y. Let's zoom on in here. This is so dangerous, so dangerous. This is why we're here. Everybody needs to know this is so dangerous. The Orienta Y, Orienta, Cleo Springs.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Down into Fairview. Here's the tornado. very close to Orienta here, maybe a mile or two to the west, but not by much. It's way too close. So everybody in Orienta up to Cleo Springs, incredibly dangerous, life-threatening tornado ongoing in Major County. Look at the hook. Look at the debris signature, the ball, the debris ball coming up on Cleo Springs here in just a couple of minutes from right now. And then from there, Carmen, Helena, Goltree, Cherokee, incredibly dangerous. Looks to be a large tornado. We are showing debris lofted. The Orienta Y, Orienta, Cleo Springs. There's the debris signature right there, the dark blue. And it is still on the ground heading directly into Cleo Springs. Tried to wobble a little bit to the west of Cleo Springs, but now it's been wobbling back. You see the wobble here back toward Cleo Springs, and even right there on the west side or very close to Orienta. Again, there's the velocity again, incredibly, incredibly dangerous. There's Orienta, there's Cleo Springs, and here comes the tornado. Just on the west side of Orienta right now.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
But based on velocities, could easily be a quarter-mile wide or bigger tornado. Let's go to Mike Bennett. Mike?
Okay, Mike, yeah, we're getting ready to come out of the construction zone here. I'll be able to kick it back up. But I'll tell you this, Mike, I know I'm very familiar with that area out there, and there's a lot of ranch land, a lot of farmhouses that live out there just west of Fairview, out in the Glass Mountains area, out in the Cheyenne Valley area. And so hopefully everything's going to be okay there. With there's hadn't been any damage so far, but it sure doesn't look good for, Orienta, Cleo Springs. And so we're just about ready to we'll be able to kick it up here and get up there. But I got hang on, Mike.
Yes,
had law enforcement going around me here. Okay.
Mike, if you see any power flashes to your west?
I have not, Mike. We've been watching for that and have not seen any power flashes. But I've got three. I suppose they maybe OHP or county units are just went around us, and they're heading that way now. So we're going to be trailing in behind them somewhat. But anyway, I have not seen any power flashes, but we're going to be watching for that. Back to you.
Okay, so incredibly, incredibly dangerous. The tornado appears to be on the west.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Now joining us, ongoing tornado. Looks to be significant. Strong tornado looks likely, not impossible. It's a violent tornado. This is up in Major County. It's heading up into Alfalfa County, heads up for you folks in Helena, Jet, and Goltree. And then from there, west of Pond Creek and west of Carrier, up toward eventually Wakita. Classic supercell, giant hook, scorpion tail stinger. Let's go back to radar, come back to Mike Bennett here momentarily, because he's looking basically right where it is. So here's Cleo Springs, and Mike Bennett is just to the east of Cleo Springs. He's about right here. So it's just on the west side of Orienta right now, the Orienta Y right here, Orienta Y, there's Orienta. The tornado here, showing two signatures now. There's two velocity signatures. There may be a cycle taking place or an effort for a cycle to take place. Not impossible to have two on the ground at the same time here. One just on the west side of Orienta, the other one tucked a little bit further back to the west. See the size of the rotation there? It's so large, with right in the middle a big tornado vortex signature with lofting debris. There's the path of the tornado. So we're heading right into Cleo Springs. Go back to Mike Bennett. Updated tornado warning, red line, center line for Helena. You folks in Alfalfa County, heads up. Call or text the folks up there in Alfalfa County, especially around Helena.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Passing through Ringwood right now. Still no visibility obstruction, but I'm looking at GR level 3, Mike, and we're actually going to be driving into the rain here shortly as this thing lifts to the northeast across the Highway 412 here. Then for just a little bit, we're going to be in probably some heavy rain. So that may hamper my ability to see structure for just a little bit till it lifts a little bit further north. Because right now the mesocyclone appears to be south of Highway 412 just a ways. We got the river here, okay, so that kind of messes up some road options to the south, so I can't I'm just going to have to kind of wait for it to lift north up towards Cleo Springs.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
But I think it might be at Cleo Springs by the time I get there. So we're going to just kind of weigh all that and figure out road options. But right now, I don't see any structure. We're cruising right along here, and probably we'll be in Cleo Springs in about I'm going to say 7 or 8 minutes. Back to you.
Okay, we need to pray for the folks in Cleo Springs. They know it's coming. They know that it's coming. Let's certainly hope they know, and they likely know. Folks have been calling them, texting them. They know it's coming. Nighttime tornado, it is a tornado. It's not a possible tornado. It is a tornado. And it's at least a strong tornado. Not impossible. It could be a violent tornado. It looks like it's a little smaller than it was a short while ago, but it may be equally as strong, maybe just not as big, the way the velocities look. Let's go back over to radar, check back with Mike Bennett. He's between Orienta and Cleo Springs and Ringwood right now. Just an absolutely textbook classic supercell signature here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Side of Carmen, you folks in Helena, same thing for you. Call them, text them, make sure they know. Mobile homes are going to be dangerous, unsafe. If your neighbor has a storm cellar, go there now. Basement, go there now. Safest place you know in Helena. Cleo Springs, absolutely now. Just a few minutes away. The tornado looks to be shrinking in size, but is likely still on the ground just southwest of Cleo Springs on the northwest side of Orienta. Still red line, center line for Cleo Springs.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Cleo Springs, he's looking right at it. Go Mike Bennett.
Yeah. Okay, Mike, we're getting close enough now, Mike. We may be able to start seeing some structure here. Kyle, my chase partner, thinks he might have possibly seen the tornado. I've got some trees at a hill right here obscuring my view at the moment, but we are definitely getting in a position where we may be able to start seeing something. To the left of the highway, Kyle? Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything yet. Kyle thinks he might see it back there to the south, to our west-southwest. Right now, we're waiting on some lightning to backlight it. There's a lot of lightning in this bike, so that's really going to help us quite a bit. But Kyle believes it might be just south. It's going to be, based on where he's pointing to, Mike, I think it's going to be closer to Orienta, where it might be on the ground. But right now, I don't see it, but we got a lot of trees obscuring the view right now. But we're going to be there in probably less than 5 minutes. Back to you.
Okay, it's going between a wedge and a cone-shaped tornado. Between a wedge and a cone-shaped tornado. You're looking west right here, directly toward Cleo Springs. The tornado is just southwest of Cleo Springs or to the left of the road. To the left of the road right here. Lightning is continuous, baseball-size hail. And there's radar, and you can see it was a wedge earlier, now more of a cone tornado. That's debris right there. That is the tornado right there. Northwest of the Orienta elevator, just northwest of the Orienta Y. Again,
a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
And you can see right there is the tornado, right there, just southwest of Cleo Springs. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett. Everybody in Cleo Springs knows, safest place you know, interior closet or bathroom, do better if you can. And we hope and pray that Orienta does not take a hit on this. Between a wedge and a cone tornado, you're going to see it here just to the left of the road. If it's still on the ground, it sure looks like it is. It's more of a cone now, smaller than it was a few minutes ago. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're getting a lot closer to it. We got a lot of lightning, but there's not a lot of lightning behind it, that would really backlight it. So what we're seeing when we do get lightning helping us, we're seeing the front side of the mezzo, the front side of the wall cloud, and nothing. We're not getting anything backlighting the back of it. But right now, I think what Kyle was pointing to a while ago where he believes he saw the tornado was just south of the highway, which would be just exactly where you were saying it was at just a second ago. And so we're just looking. We got the camera looking right down the highway right now, and I see a huge bowl right there now, but I'm not seeing the tornado on the ground, but I'm sure it's there. But right now, just all I'm seeing is the upper part of the wall cloud, and but we are absolutely going to be there here about another 3 minutes. I think we're going to be able to see something.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Cleo Springs, and we'll be just right outside of town if it comes in there. Back to you.
Okay, so here's the mesocyclone side right here. So you're looking due west. Here's the side of the mesocyclone here. And during one of those backlit lightning strikes, it looked like you could just about see it sitting right about here, just to the left of the road, which would be literally on the southwest side of Cleo Springs, not by very far. So this is Mike Bennett here on the east side of Cleo Springs, coming into Cleo Springs. Haven't seen power flashes here in his view yet. Let's hope we don't see any. It's gone from a wedge tornado to a cone tornado. Still red line, center line here right now in Cleo Springs. Let's go back to Mike Bennett. From here up to Helena is where it's tracking from here, guys. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're have not seen any power flashes. Okay, we've been watching for that. Have not seen any. Now, Kyle just got a report that there are down power lines. Was it west of Orienta? In Orienta, down power lines in Orienta, and so. I'm not sure if that's going to be tornado damage or that may be inflow jet damage or it could be RFD damage, but down power lines at Orienta in that area. And I'm going to guess, Mike, I don't have time to look at my navigation here, but I'm going to guess we are probably within 3 miles of Cleo Springs right now, maybe a couple of miles.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
So we're right there. So.
Okay. Mike Bennett, thank you very much. So west side of Cleo Springs is where it's located right now. Let's go back over to radar here. Still on the ground. And we can hope and pray it stays on the west side of Cleo Springs. It's very, very close. So you see the scorpion tail stinger hook. There's Cleo Springs. Here's the tornado. If it goes due northward, it may travel just on the west side of Cleo Springs. It's going to be extremely close, extremely close. I mean, we're talking about hundreds of yards close. And we do believe that it is still on the ground based off velocity, literally just on the west side of Cleo Springs. Everybody in Cleo Springs should be in their safe spot. From there up to Helena is where it's tracking. Let's go back to Mike Bennett, get an update. Mike, have you seen any power flashes?
I have not seen a power flash, Mike, but we are, I'll tell you what, we're at Cleo Springs. We're just a mile south of Cleo Springs right now. Got the camera. We are trying to position the camera on the area where it should be. There's a lot. Oh, I just saw it, Mike. Yep, got a tornado on the ground. It was a tube, and it's just right here, Kyle. Make sure you zoom out a little bit.
Yeah, so if you're just now joining us, that's the tornado. You can see it, and it's fairly big. You just saw it in a couple of lightning flashes right there. And Mike Bennett basically is in Cleo Springs right now. Notice it's very low hanging. And it's also, Mike, it looks like it's pretty big.
Yeah, Mike, I just got a quick glimpse of it there. I've had a couple other glimpses of the upper part of it. I do believe I saw a debris cloud underneath it.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Cleo Springs, be in your safe spot right now because this thing very well could move right into Cleo Springs. It's just right outside of town right now, Mike. I'm going to say probably less than a mile southwest of town based on what I'm seeing. It's real hard to judge. It's real hard to tell because it's dark and we just don't have a lot of lightning. Well, we got a lot of lightning, but we got to have the right kind of lightning to light it up. But right now, it appears like it could start moving into Cleo Springs or very, very close to it. But right now, no power flashes. And, okay, I believe I just saw the cone again. A lot of rapid motion in there, Mike. Oh, yeah. A lot of rapid motion. Get the camera. Yeah, okay. We're trying to give you the best angle we can with the camera. I tell you what, Mike, the cloud base is practically dragging the ground. So there may be a very large I saw a cone, okay, a tube. And, I think we just had a power flashes, Mike. Yeah, got power flashes going on right now.
Yeah, so this is going to be impacting the western and northwestern sides of Cleo Springs based on those power flashes. You see those power flashes right there. We hope and pray everybody's safe. Power flashes, tornado going through part of Cleo Springs. Looks to be the west and northwest sides of town.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Very, very low to the ground. It's been a wedge tornado, a cone tornado. It looks like it's back to more of a wedge tornado right here. Power flashes. It's been ongoing, confirmed tornado now for about 15 minutes. Moving through portions of Cleo Springs right now. Hopefully everybody is in their safe spot. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, I think we're back to, like you said, I think we're possibly back to a wedge because we had some low clouds that were just dragging the ground. We had a lot of trees between us and that spot, but it was just dragging the ground. You could see a lot of rapid motion in there, and it is, I believe it might be just moving maybe west side of Cleo Springs. Maybe it may just be, Cleo Springs is not a very big town. I don't know, how many acres it covers, but they may just be skirting the western edge of town. But there are people that live out there too. So I can think of right off the top of my head several farm homes that are just west and northwest. And this is, of course, is going to be tracking towards Alene also. So I think we're going to go ahead and move on up, Mike, because I think it might actually be moving just on the northern side of Cleo Springs now. And so we're going to go ahead and go in. Well, hang on just a minute. Yeah,
we're showing the tornado now on the northern, northwestern sides of Cleo Springs. This is where we're showing it right now. Let's go back over to radar here. Take a look. Ongoing tornado warning here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Red line, center line for Helena. So we're talking about Major County now going into Alfalfa County. The tornado here just on the northwest sides of Cleo Springs going up Highway 8. If you know anybody up on Highway 8, mobile home, ranch home, make sure they know. Anybody on Highway 8 between Cleo Springs and Alene and up toward McWillie, very small little town here, McWillie, make sure they know. This has been an ongoing tornado now for about 20 minutes. It's been a wedge at times, a cone at times, back to a wedge. Power flashes just northwest of Cleo Springs about 3 minutes ago, going up Highway 8 north of Cleo Springs. Go back to Mike Bennett here live. Mike?
Copy that. Sorry, Mike. Didn't know you was coming to me. Mike, I think we're going to go ahead and drift on into Cleo Springs. And we'll report any damage if we have any. But I think if there's going to be any damage based on our visual a while ago, it's going to be on the western side. And possibly just, it may have just barely missed Cleo Springs to the west. But we're going to go ahead and go through Cleo Springs now. I'll tell you this, Mike, Cleo Springs still has power. Okay, so that's a positive sign there. But we should have a pretty good shot of it here once we get through town and get away from some of these trees. But, Mike, I tell you what, if it's on the ground right here, you're going to have a great shot of it here in a second because we are on the south side of the mesocyclone. We're south of it, and I think the tornado sirens are going off in Cleo Springs. Of course, they would be, and but right now I'm not having any power flashes since we.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
How low this mesocyclone is to the ground. Mike Bennett was talking about how the cloud material was basically coming right out of the trees. So the bases here are very, very low. So it's going to be difficult to see whether or not it's intermittently on the ground or not on the ground because the bases are so low. The mesocyclone is huge. You're looking at a portion of the mesocyclone here, but in the lightning flashes, you see elements here, what we call scud, which are likely rotating, literally coming basically right off the deck. So very low. Cleo Springs still has power. That's good news. Looks like it did travel on the west and northwest sides of town. Mike, are you north on Highway 8 now? It looks like it.
Yeah, Mike. Yeah, we're on the north edge of town. I'm going to pull over here so I can get a better angle here on where the meso would be, where the tornado would be, and right now I'm not seeing anything, and unless it's right on top of us. And I don't believe it is. I think it's just north of town here, but right now I don't see anything on the ground, and I haven't seen a power flash in a while. And right, I got
Yeah, so you're looking north here on 8, and the cloud bases here are so low. Let's go back over to radar here and check out what we see here on
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Mike, it's still to the west of 8, but not by much. Again, Aileen, just east of
Mike.
Go Mike Bennett. Looks like it's still on the ground.
We're getting hit hard winds right here, Mike, and they are out of the. I believe they're out of the southeast, so we got the inflow winds feeding into it. They just hit us, and we're probably 50, 60 mile an hour winds just hit us suddenly. And the fire department is heading down a blacktop, heading west of Cleo Springs. So I don't know if they're out there going to do some damage surveys or if they know something was hit already. But the winds, the surface winds, are feeding right into this thing. So if it's not still on the ground and it's back in that rain somewhere, then this thing could actually be ramping back up, and we got RFD coming around on us, cutting into it to spin another one down. But anyway, right now, no, I just can't see anything on the ground, but I'm sure there's a lot of damage taking place in there, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to radar here, and ongoing tornado warning. You folks in Aileen, it's trying to lift to the north toward you. It's basically paralleling Highway 8 on the west side of Highway 8. Everybody on 8 between Cleo Springs and Aileen got to be in your safe spot. Mobile homes will not be safe. Still on the ground right here, lifting due northward. And I'm going to go back to Mike Bennett here.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Go back over to radar. We'll go back to Mike here in just a sec. So it's lifting almost due northward. There's McWillie, there's Aileen, and there's Helena. It's turned a little more due northerly now at around 30 miles an hour, but it looks to be still on the ground. Add on all your section line road numbers here. There's Aileen. See Highway 8. There's Aileen Blacktop right there going to Aileen. The tornado there on the west side of Highway 8, but not by very much. And the tornado across west sides and northwest sides of Cleo Springs with power flashes. But Cleo Springs still has power. Likely continued tornado basically on Highway 8. There's the track of the tornado. Let's go to Mike Bennett. Power flashes, ongoing tornado. Probably Highway 8 power flashes here, Mike.
Yeah, Mike. Okay, just about maybe a mile and a half north of Cleo Springs. Had a power flash. On my highway's getting ready to turn back to the north, and the camera will be right back on it here. But has still got a tornado on the ground north of Cleo Springs. I believe it's going to probably be going to probably track east of Aileen. Let me see. Let me get up here. It's just kind of a mess up here, Mike, with all the precip. It's kind of just not a clear day where you've got just a clear shot of it. But what we have is we've got, just like we had west of Cleo Springs, we've got a very, very low cloud base. I'll tell you what, Mike, I think we have a wedge on the ground right up here, just to the west side of the highway, crossing the highway right now. Yep, Mike. I believe that might be that's probably a pretty large tornado on the ground, just across the highway, just right here. I have not seen a power flash when it crossed the highway, but that's it right there. It's just on the right-hand side of it. Major cloud motion with it. And I will tell you, Mike, this tornado is flat moving. It's racing to the east, maybe northeast. So now we're going to have Helena's going to be in imminent danger here. It'll be a big tornado on the ground. Yeah, get over there. I'm gonna get around these trees here. I'm getting close enough now. I'm starting to get in the wraparound. The winds are getting very, very, very strong right here. And in fact, Mike, I'm gonna go ahead and hold off here because we're getting really, really close to it here, and we've still got a lot of extremely rapid motion crossing the highway right in front of us. And oh my gosh, yeah, we're probably getting 80 mile an hour winds right here, Mike. Let me check my direction here. It's going to be out of the south, feeding into it, maybe southwest. So we got RFD winds wrapping around this thing. And right now, thank goodness there's no precip falling with it. But my only road option, I've got to go north here quite a ways, Mike, to get to the highway that goes into Helena, and then I'm going to be behind the mezzo, and so it's going to be really hard to stay with this thing and keep a visual on it as it moves north, as it moves east. But right now, I need to just kind of hang tight right here and let this wind calm down. Make sure I don't have. I don't know if you can hear the wind over my headset here, but it is flat cranking. So anyway, damaging tornado tracking towards Helena. Mike, back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to radar here for just now joining us. Ongoing tornado here coming up on the southeast side of Helene up to McWillie. It's what we call steady state. It's not making an effort to lift. There's a balance with this strong inflow coming in and the jet stream storm coming out from the west. So it's basically a steady state tornadic supercell, and the tornado's been on the ground now for about a half hour, and it's lifting up toward the east side of Aileen, McWillie. It's going to have to jog to the east to directly impact Helena, although it's possible. It's lifting more to the north-northeast. It just crossed Highway 8, about 9 miles due north of Cleo Springs. It just crossed into Alfalfa County. This is the tornado right here. There's McWillie, and then here's Helena right here. So you see the hook. And man, powerful, powerful tornadic signature right there. Ongoing tornado, Mike Bennett, wedge tornado, very large mesocyclone, a lot of low-hanging elements, could be multi-vortex in structure. Powerful mesocyclone with a strong tornado vortex signature right there in the middle. There's the path of the tornado, traveled west of Fairview, and then just west of Oriena, west side of Cleo Springs with power flashes. Cleo Springs still has power, which is really good. Now it's just east of Aileen, just crossed Highway 8. And debris detector here still showing, you look for the dark blue right here, still showing debris lifting out of Major County into southern Alfalfa County. That blue right there is the debris detector, still showing lofted debris. So it's still on the ground. Let's go to Mike Bennett here, update live. So, Mike, are you going to go north and then east toward Helena?
Yeah, Mike, right now I'm just crawling. We are in, our visibility's down to 0. I can just barely see past the hood. And what I'm trying to be careful of is we had a tornado across the highway, right? Okay, just cleared out. Just cleared out. We could not see anything, and I was worried I was going to drive into some power lines. We haven't come across any damage yet. And I'm really surprised by that. I'm looking at the road signs. But we back there just a second ago, right when you came to me, we were getting hit with 80-mile-an-hour west winds. And so now we're trying to work our way up to the I don't remember what that highway number is that goes east into Helena, but that's where we're trying to get to right now. But right now, no damage. We're getting in some hail now, too. Got some hail wrapping around the back side of it. And so, but we're still strong winds. We're probably still getting 60-mile-an-hour winds right here, but a while ago they were probably close to 80. Back to you.
Powerful signature right here, McWillie, and it may go west of Helena. It's going to be very close. Mike Bennett is up on the wraparound on the northwest side and the west side of the tornado itself. So he's traveling north on Highway 8. So, Mike, I have to ask you, looking off to your east right now, you basically, it tracks right in front of you, right? Directly in front of you to your northwest, north, and now northeast. Now you're coming up on the west side of it, going north on Highway 8. Have you seen any power flashes or any additional signs of it to your east? I know your visibility is almost down to nothing.
Right, yeah, Mike, yeah, no power flashes. We've been looking over to the east. Still no damage either on this highway, which is absolutely amazing. But, yeah, it crossed the highway. I'm going to say we were probably about a mile south of it. It's hard to tell at night, but based on the motion that we were allowed to see in the cloud motion and then the motion in the tornado, we were probably about a mile, maybe a mile and a half at the most on the south side of it. And then we got hit with the inflow jet slammed into us, and then we got hit with the wraparound, and that's when we kind of backed off and just let it pass. And now our visibility is kind of in and out. We still got a ways to go to get to that that highway goes east, but we'll do our best. And this thing will lift If it moves to the northeast and passes west of Helena, then we'll be back on the south side of it here shortly. Back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to radar here. So it's moving northeast, northeast at about 37, 38 miles an hour. There's Helena. Here's Jet. So tell folks in Jet, you know, if it keeps going, it's going to be very close to Jet, not too far down the road. Great Salt Plains up here in Alfalfa County. Waukeeta right up here. Nash. Here's Nash, Grant County right here. Jet, Helena, tornado. Just east of Highway 8. Still looks to be on the ground. Just south. It's going to basically go over the very small town of McWillie. And we're talking about a tiny, very, very small town here. Ranch homes in through here, but it looks like it's going to go basically over McWillie. And we don't want to have a home get hit and the folks not know it's coming, right? So they got to be in their safe spot, below ground, storm cellar basement. A lot of folks have small storm cellars in northern Oklahoma. You got to be there. McWillie here, just to the west of Helena. There's the hook, and there's your time of arrival. McWillie at 9:12. It's 9:07 right now, so 5 minutes. And then near and to the west of Helena, very close and just to the west of Helena at 9:18, and then Jet by 9:32. So Jet, and then up toward Waukeeta. Here's Pond Creek and Medford here in Grant County. So it's going to travel into western Grant County here, very close to Waukeeta. It still has baseballs with it, just southwest of Helena near McWillie. Let's go to western Oklahoma here. These have not produced any tornadoes in western Oklahoma. That's good. The supercell north of Elk City is just kind of steady state with golf balls. There is a tornado warning approaching Vinson and Willow and Eric and Carter eventually out of the Texas Panhandle. That's a confirmed tornado on the ground there north of Wellington, Texas, traveling toward northern Harmon, Beckham, and northern Greer counties. Let's go to Connor Toon near and north of Elk City right now. Hailer there, golf balls.
Yeah, Mike, we're pulled off of Highway 34 north of Elk City, south of Hammond. I'm going to call this storm the Hammond storm. It's kind of been on a weakening trend since we turned north onto this road. We're just south of it with the camera pointed at it. The structure is not quite as pronounced as it was, and it does look like the hail sizes have been coming down as well on this storm. Back to you, Mike.
Okay, so here's a storm track on that for you folks around Hammond. So it's got quarters to almost golf balls. It's weakened just a bit steadily over the past half hour, which is good. Hammond here up toward Butler, and then Putnam and Taloga, and then eventually Oakwood and Thomas up here in Custer County and Dewey County. And then back here to the west, traveling near and just north of Wellington, confirmed tornado here. So heads up for you folks in Beckham County near and north of Vinson, and up toward Texola and Eric and Sayre. Sayre there by around 10:20, 10:25 or so. Eric by about 10, maybe a little bit sooner than that. It's currently 10 minutes after 9. So confirmed tornado there near and north of Wellington. Right now, just to the northwest of Wellington. Enhanced risk continues for all of western Oklahoma. Continued tornado threat for the rest of this evening, especially in the orange shaded area and up here in Alfalfa County. Back over to Mike Bennett with an update near Helena in Alfalfa County. Mike?
I'd add that confirmed tornado warning.
Okay, Mike, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right, Mike. Yeah, we're crawling back to crawling. Again, where visibility is down to 0. We're trying to get to that highway that goes east to McWillie and also Helena and Highway 45, I guess it is. And but we've been looking over there. We have not seen any power flashes. But I will tell you, Mike, the wind field around the tornado, if it's on the ground, if you're lucky enough to not get a direct hit from the tornado, the wind field around the tornado is going to cause quite a bit of damage because there's a strong. If it's as powerful as it was back in the Cleo Springs area, then it's going to have a strong inflow jet. It's going to have a strong RFD. So you're going to have 80 mile an hour. Okay, I'm getting ready to turn right. Found the highway here. But you're going to have damaging winds around the tornado, too, on the back side of it, south of it, and also on the southeast side of it. Back to you.
Okay, so you're turning eastbound on the highway going through McWillie to Helena, right?
Yeah, that's correct, Mike. I just turned east on it right now. And so but pardon me, the heavy precip, the wraparound precip is, it's between me and where the tornado is going to be. So unless the tornado's hanging out the backside of it, quite a ways back to the backside of it, we're going to look to our east and southeast and see if we can see it. But right now I'm still in heavy rain. And if I keep driving east, I'm going to just drive into the rain. So we're going to do our best we can to get another visual of it. It's going to move and eventually lift north and east of this highway. And so we should be back on the south side of it, back on the southeast side of it later. And then we got some more road options then. Back to you.
Okay. The rotation may be weakening a little bit now. Let's hope that it is. Let's go back over to radar here and check it out. So the tornado warning continues. Still a possible tornado here just south of McWillie, traveling near and just to the west of Helena, moving northeast at around 37, 38 miles an hour. It's either weakening or cycling, but the swirl with the hook is now coming in basically into McWillie, and Mike Bennett is 2 miles east of 8, so he's about 2 miles away from where that circulation is going to cross the highway right in front of him. So he's looking to the east, so he's very close to it. We'll go to velocities here, and it looks like it's cycling a little more to the east and maybe redeveloping a bit more to the east. And that's not very good for Helena. That's a bad thing for Helena. You see the tornado track there, the red, the tornado track, and then it kind of weakens, and now it's redeveloping here farther east. It's taking a bit of a jump to the east. So that puts Helena more potentially very close. And we're talking about minutes away now, not very many, just minutes away. Could be just to the west. It looks like it cycled down. Now it's coming right back up again. Now it's coming right back up again. Mike Bennett, a mile east, 2 miles east of McWillie, and 2.5 west of Helena. Tornado likely redeveloping right now. What do you see?
Okay, yeah, Mike, I'll tell you what, we had a clear slot there for a minute. We had some pretty good visibility. Now we're back in the heavy rain again. But we shouldn't be too far from McWillie. I'm going to guess we're probably maybe 2 or 3 miles, maybe less than that from there. I know exactly where it's at. I just don't know. It's dark out here. We're in heavy rain, so it's hard to, tell exactly where you are at times. But we're looking straight west. I'm sorry, we're looking straight east, looking right into the teeth of it. And if we're going to have this, is going to be a power flash, we're going to see it. Haven't seen a power flash. We're starting to get where I can actually see some structure now. I can see the base of it. As long as the rain will, if we keep the rain away from us for just a few minutes, we're starting to see the base of the storm. And but I'll tell you what, we're far enough back that I'll tell you what, Mike. Let me. I'm on the left side of the highway here, on the north side of the highway. Got a very large lowering right there, and I'm not sure if that's going to be the tornado or not, but it's a very large lowering. I can't see the base of it, can't see ground level yet. We're at McWillie right now, Mike, just passing through McWillie. And let me get past the elevator here, get past some of these lights. There's a few homes here in McWillie, and of course there's farm homes scattered around McWillie, but we're coming out of here now. We ought to be able to see it. But I think it's going to be north of the highway, northeast of McWillie right now. And let me get up here, just kind of waiting on lightning, but also have to wait on the trees to clear out. But we're going to be on the south side of it. Our winds, what's our winds doing right here, Kyle? Is it palm, I believe, isn't it? Yeah. So we're on the back side. I'll tell you what, Mike, I think. Oh yeah, right here, Mike. Large tornado on the ground. Yeah. Just north of this highway, Highway 45. It's going to be west of Helena, and large cone on the ground.
Yeah, you're not very far away from it, Mike. You're less than 1.5 miles away from it. It's north of the highway, and this is going to be 2.5 to 3 miles west-northwest of Helena, moving to the northeast. Notice it's changing shape quickly. That is a confirmed tornado there. Looks to be possibly multi-vortex in structure, not very far away from Mike Bennett at all. Look at that. Fairly good-sized tornado. Go, Mike Bennett.
Yeah, Mike, multiple vortex. I'm going to turn the pickup here so we get to look straight out the windshield. And I mean, we're going to have wraparound coming around on us. So it's going to cut us off, but large multiple vortex. I'm going to say, Mike, the rotation, the circulation on the ground is probably at least a quarter mile wide. It's multiple vortex, okay, but it's that the whole area that's hitting the ground there's probably at least a quarter mile wide, maybe close to half mile.
Yeah, that's a big tornado right there, and it's changing shape very quickly. You got a vortex here and a vortex here, and they're changing shape very fast, occasionally filling in and occasionally separating. And this is going to be just about 2.5 miles to the northwest of Helena. It's moving northeast, so it should stay to the northwest and north of Helena. You folks in Jet, it's heading your way. Jet, Oklahoma, it's heading your way. Large tornado on the ground, multi-vortex in structure. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, still on the ground, still multiple vortex. There's a lot of sub-vortices rotating around now. We've got a lot of precip coming in on us. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go into Helena, and we're going to lose it for just a couple of minutes while I'm in town. But I've got a highway that goes north that will come out west of Jet, and we'll be on it. But we'll be able to track this thing, as it goes north, as long as I can stay out of the precipitation. But right now, still large tornado on the ground. And it's not as much of a multiple vortex. It's starting to wedge out, Mike. It looks like now it's moving far enough. Okay, I'm gonna have to get on into town. Precept's cutting my visibility off, so I got to get. If I'm gonna stay with it, I got to get into Helena.
Okay, let's go back over to radar really fast. We're zoomed on in here. So here's Helena right here. Here's the tornado right here. So there are your section line roads. See that? So the highway north out of Helena, anybody up here? It's heading directly toward you. Large multiple vortex tornado, 1 mile, 2 miles, and a quarter west and a mile north of Helena is where it is. On the highway north of town, very dangerous. That's where it's tracking. This is the road up here toward Jet. This is Alfalfa County. That's the tornado right there. Just crossed the highway right there in front of Mike Bennett. You just saw that live. And the rotation is increasing and getting much, much stronger. You saw it was multi-vortex and large, and the tornado track path is picking back up again there on the west-northwest side of Helena, and a debris signature. You saw the tornado. It's lifting debris. Let's hope it didn't hit anything between McWillie and Helena. Debris signature, that dark blue patch you see right there. It's heading up here toward Jet. You folks in Jet, that's where it's heading. There's the tornado, large and powerful tornado right there, just northwest of Helena. Look at that. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're coming in on Helena. I think we're about 2 miles from coming into town here, maybe less than that. It's to my north. I'm in heavy precip, so I'm having to focus on driving. I'm just glancing out over my left shoulder here. Based on the velocities we saw a minute ago, I know it's still on the ground. I've not seen any power flashes up in there, but it's just a large tornado tracking towards Jet. And so everybody in Jet, you've got time. You don't have a lot of time, okay, because this thing is really trucking along, but you've got time to get to your safe spot. And later on from Jet would be, I guess, next in line, possibly Waukeeta, Manchester area. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, let's hope it didn't hit anything there on the highway, Mike, because it plumed up a debris. You basically were showing it to us live. It plumed up a debris there once it crossed the highway. So that would be about halfway between McWillie and Helena. We're showing a plume. Let's go over to radar. A plume of debris right here. The dark blue goes really dark, the really dark blue. Right as it passed the highway, see that? Boom, right there. Something got hit right here, and it plumed up. Tough to say what that is, but that's a core of debris being lofted. Right there, that dark blue right there. There's the highway. Mike Bennett, we're showing it to you. It was as he was showing you the tornado. Something got hit right in through there. Let's hope everybody's okay, and that it was not a structure where anybody lives. So there's Jet right here. So it's heading up toward Jet. Powerful signature right there. Mike's going to go into Helena, then go north. Okay, so it's heading up toward Jet. It will travel north of Helena on the highway. So, Mike, something did get hit between McWillie and Helena. Don't know what it was, but it sure plumed up a core of debris.
Yeah, Mike. It probably wasn't anything on the highway. I don't believe I passed any farm homes, right on the highway, except for when I went through McWillie, and I did not see any damage. And the amazing thing is, I've seen this thing cross the highway twice now, and I haven't seen any damage from it. It's just, the power lines are still up. Helena's still got power right now. We've had, small debris blowing across the highway and in some of the wind field around the tornado. But I'm talking like tumbleweeds and limbs and that kind of thing. But I'm passing through Helena right now. I'll be coming out on the north side of it here, so we should have probably one of the best views of it I've had all evening, because we're going to be on the south side of it if it's still on the ground. But we're passing through Helena right now, and we'll be coming out on the north side of it. But I'm going to say Mike is probably still on the ground just based on the velocities we saw just a couple of minutes ago. Back to you.
How far from Helena are you right now, Mike?
I'm in Helena, Mike. Right now, I'm just getting ready to come out on the north side of Helena right now.
Okay, take another visual there for us. What do you see up there to your north?
Well, just coming out, just getting out away from the city lights here. A lot of lightning up in there. Okay, and I should have. Right now, there's some rain. I think there's quite a bit of rain between me and where the tornado would be. I'm gonna go ahead and just creep north. I believe it's going to be still west of I'm not sure what this highway is that goes north out of Helena, but it's still going to be to my west. So, getting hit with some precip here. Let me pull off here, right, Mike, is where I could
58
pick up in there.
Northbound.
Yeah, I want to be real careful not to drive up in there too far, because I believe it's still to my west. But I believe it did just miss Helena to the northwest. And right now we're in heavy precip, got a very low cloud base with a lot of rain that's obscured my view, that's wrapping around it. So this thing may be coming rain wrapped. But right now I'm not seeing any power flashes. We're looking for that. Our winds right here, Kyle, what are the winds doing? Okay, looking at maybe 15, 20-mile-hour winds out of the south.
Okay, so let's go over to the debris detector. Mike Bennett, we're gonna show you something here coming up for your safety here. Okay, so it plumed up debris on the east side of McWillie, and now the tornado has debris in it right there. See that ball? That's a debris ball right there. There's debris in the circulation right there. So here's Helena. We'll zoom way in. So 1 mile, between 1 mile and 2 miles north of Helena, closer to 2, is where it's going to track across 58. I believe 58 north here out of Helena. That's the tornado. It's got debris in it still. Okay, so it's still on the ground. That's the debris detector. That's a debris ball right there, and it's it's a half a mile wide. See that? This is a mile. It's between a half a mile and 3/4 of a mile wide, that debris. And it's centrifuging out, like when it spins down, it goes like this, right? Which makes it look bigger than perhaps the vortex is, but that's up to 3/4 of a mile wide. Go, Mike Bennett.
Okay, hey, we got it on the ground here. It's northwest of Helena. I'm going to back up here, Kyle. Make sure I don't back into the ditch or off of culvert. I'm going to try to give you an angle. Change the pickup angle here. It's I knew something was going on because my winds started kicking up, and I was getting RFD southwest winds kicking up. I'm seeing the left side of the wedge, and I tell you what, Mike, I think maybe this thing. Well, I may have to be really careful here, because this thing may have turned right on us.
It has turned right. It's leaning more to the right. It's going to be 1.5 miles due north of Helena is where it is, about to cross the highway.
We're right here, Mike. We're probably, I'm going to say we're probably about 1 mile southeast of it right now, maybe 1.5 miles southeast of it. And we're not but half a mile on the north side of Helena right now. But it's a large wedge tornado. From what it looks like a wedge from here. I mean, my visibility is not that great because I've got a lot of precip between me and it. But I'm seeing big power flash right there. Another big power flash, and
In Jet, you folks in Jet, listen, it's red line, center line for you. You folks in Jet, it's red line, center line for Jet. Don't take this lightly. Could be 3/4 of a mile wide, not impossible. Don't take this lightly. You folks in Jet, call them or text them. In Jet, Oklahoma, it's red line, center line for Jet. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah, go. All right, Mike, yeah, it's tell you what, this thing is huge. I'm seeing the backside of it. The backside of it is probably about maybe, I don't know, a quarter mile west of the highway, and then it's crossing the highway right in front of us right now. Okay, we've had multiple power flashes. I can see a cone cross the highway, but that's just part of it. The rest of the rotation goes all the way back to the west of the highway, and it's crossing the highway right in front of us. Probably there's another power flash. I'm going to say probably about a mile, maybe a mile and a half north of us, across the highway, and we're kind of creeping up towards it, and
it has strengthened rapidly. That tornado has strengthened rapidly. Major tornado now, major tornado, mile and a half, mile and 3/4, 2 miles due north of Helena. It definitely turned to the right or more to the east and swung right across the highway, right in front of Mike Bennett. It's heading for Jet. You folks in Jet, this is life-threatening. You need to go to the safest place that you know. In Jet, red line, center line for you. Large, damaging, multi-vortex, dangerous, potentially violent tornado. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, yeah, Mike. Okay, we got down power line right here now, about a mile and a half north of Helena. It's still up ahead. It's still north of us, crossing the highway. I'm gonna say this power line that's down back here is probably from RFD winds because the tornado did not come through here. But it's still, I think it's still in progress of crossing the highway right here, and we're getting pretty strong winds here again out of the west. So we're getting RFD winds. Yeah, it's really winds are power lines down right here on the west side of the highway.
This is incredible. Look at the tornado crossing the highway right in front of Mike Bennett. See that? That's tremendous. It's dragging the earth right there, right in front. It's right in front of where the hot lights are, and it is occasionally, the debris ball earlier was 3/4 of a mile wide. Look at it, crossing the highway right in front of Mike Bennett. Again, heading for Jet, you folks in Jet. This is 2 miles to the north and north-northeast of Helena. Go, Mike.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, Mike, it's right in front of us. We got power lines down here on the left side of the highway, and it's just, I mean, the back side of it is just finally did finish crossing the highway here, and incredible motion in there. We're getting strong west winds. I'm going to say, I'll tell you what, we're probably less than a mile south of it, and the area that of the entire, it's multiple vortexes. You know, it's like you've got almost a surface-based meso here, okay, and you've got vortices that's, I think, rotating all the way around it, and what? Okay, you got about 10 power lines down right here, right where we're sitting. And anyway,
okay, it's made a jog more to the east. It's trying to lean toward Nash. Corey Inman's in Nash. Let's go over to radar. It's important that we kind of back out of the situation so we know where this is and whose lives are in danger, right? So it just traveled about a mile and 3/4 north of Nash, crossed the highway. You just saw that. Tornado now jogging more to the east, just south of where the 58 makes a correction, about 4.5, 5 north of Helena. So there's Jet, and here's Nash. Corey Inman's in Nash. Mike Bennett's on the south side of the tornado. Here's Corey Inman right here. Let's go back over to radar. We'll check with Corey here momentarily. He's in Nash. It's making more of a jog, try to make a jog toward Nash. There's the tornado track. It's been a multi-vortex tornado. The debris detector still showing a little bit of debris up in through here. It plumed up some significant debris just east of McWillie and west of Helena. Still some debris up here about 3.5 north-northeast of Helena right now. Here's the velocity, trying to make a bit of a correction, but it's just east of the highway there. So you folks in Nash got to perk up on this one because it may be leaning over toward you. Go Mike Bennett.
All right, Mike. Yeah, we're in the damage path here still. Oh, there's a farmhouse. I've got a farmhouse here that has got some damage. Look, I saw all I could see was okay. Here's a power line right here. We got to be careful. We're in the damage path. We got to be very careful where we're driving. But we had a farmhouse on the on the west side of the highway. We got lines across the road. Okay. Anyway, had a farmhouse right here, Mike, that was in the path of it. Now, the farmhouse was still standing, okay? I don't know. I saw some tin in the fence on the front along the fence row. We'll go back and check on that here in a minute. The fire department's right there with us. They're right behind us, so they'll be checking on them. But anyway, it did have a direct hit on a farmhouse, but it looked like the farmhouse was still intact, okay? That's very good news there, but there was no power there. And so got another farmhouse coming up here on our left. They don't have any power, but I think we might be out of the damage path now. So this would be just on this farmhouse, the tornado would pass just to the south of it. So another farm here. So multiple farms up here, but only one of them looked like it took a direct hit. Back to you.
You say direct hit, Mike. Talk about that.
Well, when I say direct hit, Mike, I mean it was in the direct path of where across the highway. Okay, we were in a damaged swath where we had probably maybe 15 power poles down. I'm not sure what that swath would be, maybe a quarter mile, something like that. And the house was right in the middle of all that. The farmhouse was right in the middle of it. And so, like I say, the farm, I got to look at the house. It was still standing. It wasn't, the roof was still, it looked like the roof was still intact, at least on the front side of it. Now, I don't know what the back side of the house might have looked like. Here's another house. They don't have any power, but it looked like it didn't sustain any heavy damage. So we're going to go ahead and make our way towards Jet, and we're in heavy precip right now. And we'll come back. We'll kind of backtrack the damage path here once the threat of the tornado's over.
Okay, ongoing tornado up here heading for Jet and Nash. Let's go back and broaden this whole view out. Where is all this? So here's Oklahoma City. There's a scattered line of supercells from north central Oklahoma. Tornadic, long-lived tornado here, intermittently on the ground for about an hour now, potentially up to near 3/4 of a mile wide at times, multi-vortex. There's another tornadic supercell coming into Beckham County and Greer counties. For you folks in far western Oklahoma, Connor Toon and Phil are on that one. Corey Inman and Mike Bennett are on this one right here. Ongoing confirmed tornado warning north of Helena, just to the southwest of Nash. And Jet with this, up to baseball-size hail. Ongoing steady state tornadic supercell here. Other hailers coming up from Cleo Springs and Orienta. Those are potentially severe. They're not tornadic. Got a lot of dime and nickel and near quarter size hail with them coming up out of Major County, but still life-threatening for Jet and potentially the west side of the Nash area. But Jet, there's the debris ball, the ongoing tornado there. Here's Jet, Oklahoma right here. And there's Helena right there at the bottom of your screen. It just traveled north of Helena. Now it's just southwest of Jet as it moves to the northeast between 35 and 40. Ongoing tornado. Corey Inman's looking at that right now live. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm here just on the east side of Nash, between Nash and 132, looking back to the southwest here. Every once in a while, we'll get a power flash on the horizon, just kind of hanging back a little bit. As we went through Nash a while ago, we had golf ball size hail, so I had to turn around and get out of there so that we were able to get some kind of visual on it. Didn't want to get forward there and get stuck between Jet and Nash. So, like I said, there's power flashes off in the distance on the horizon just to the southwest of Nash. So this thing definitely continues to move to the northeast between Jet and Nash, Mike.
Okay, let's go over to Mike Bennett here. Just south of Jet is where it's located now. It may travel to the south and east of Jet. Could cross the highway between Jet and Nash. Let's show you velocity here real fast, kind of show you where the tornado's tracking. So here's the tornado right here. and here's Jet, and here's Nash. So Corey's got power flashes to his southwest. It's about to cross the highway south of Jet, and it may go between Jet and Nash. Could turn still to the north, so you folks in Jet are not out of the woods. These things wobble back and forth. It made a swing to the east. Not impossible it could make a jog to the north. So let's hope it does not, because it doesn't want to go toward Jet for sure. But it swung to the east, which is taking it on the south side of Jet, on the east side of Jet, and leaning a little bit more toward Nash. Let's go back over to Corey Inman and get an update from him, then Mike Bennett's next. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, the core finally moved through here, so making my way back to the west. It looks like Nash is without power right now. Not sure if the transmission line feeding town got hit back to the south or what, but there is no power in Nash right now. Just going to try to get here on the west side of town and look back to the southwest and see what we can see. Back to you.
Okay, let's go to Mike Bennett here with an update. Mike Bennett's going to be a little ways to the southwest of Jet. Mike?
Yeah, okay, Mike. Yeah, the tornado is going to be well to my east right now. I'm on Highway 58, approaching Highway 64 that will go take me east towards Jet. But I have not got to that highway yet. But I'll once I get pointed east again, I'll be able to look over there and possibly see some power flashes. Right now, I'm in a heavy wraparound, and we're just kind of in and out of heavy precip. I can barely see, and then I'm able to speed up a little bit. Then I hit heavy precip again. So we're doing best we can to get to Jet. Should be there in time as it crosses the highway, I think. Back to you.
Okay, you be careful out there. Let's go back to Corey Inman, checking out to the west-southwest of Nash. Corey, it may or may not still be on the ground. It looks like it's a smaller tornado crossing Highway 38 south of Jet. That's what it looks like.
Yeah, I'm just a mile to the west of Nash here on 60. Looking back in there, I haven't had any power flashes since we talked to you there a couple of hits ago. Just scanning the horizon there, and the night vision's doing a pretty good job of picking it up. But don't see anything on the ground right now from my position, Mike. Let me get on top of this hill here. I'm going to be 2 miles west of Nash. Pretty flat base just due south of me, but there's a lowering there where the tornado was at. A little bit further to the west there. I just, because of the hill, can't make out if it's on the ground or not. Give me just 1 second.
Okay, let's go back over to radar. If you're just now joining us, we've had a long track tornado, may have lifted momentarily, then set back down for about an hour and 20 minutes. It's been up to what appeared to be about 3/4 of a mile wide. There's been at least confirmed at least one structure hit. We suspect there might have been a couple of more that sustained some type of damage down by McWillie and to the north of Helena. Potentially something down not too far from Cleo Springs much earlier, about an hour and 20 minutes ago. It could still be on the ground, showing some signs of not quite as organized as it was a few minutes ago. However, still an ongoing tornado warning. It's been cycling, so right here, just south and east of Jet, it is trying to lean more toward Nash. It may be cycling, could recycle back up to produce ongoing tornadic activity. But it does look like it will absolutely pass to the east and southeast of Jet, because it made that jog to the east. It's trying to lean toward Nash, may cross the highway between Jet and Nash. Mike Bennett is in Jet. Basically, Corey Inman is on the west side of Nash. There's the tornado earlier. There's some damage to some structures north of Helena, and it may have lifted, but then it may be recycling back up right now. The debris detector doesn't show much in the way of a core of debris right in through here, southeast of Jet. Doesn't look to be a core of debris, which is good. So we'll see if that cycles or not, but there may not be a tornado. Don't see a tornado vortex signature in that, but that is a powerful mesocyclone that could recycle very quickly. Let's go back over to Corey Inman now, west of Nash.
Yeah, Mike, I'm about 3.5 miles to the west of Nash, and I've got the lowering in the shot there. It doesn't appear that it's on the ground at this time, but there's like you said, it's trying to cycle there. Just to my southwest, there's an area there that's starting to get a bowl feature again underneath the main wall cloud. So Right now, it doesn't appear to be on the ground. Don't have any power flashes, but like you said, it's gonna pass just to the south and east of Jet, and on the track that it's on, Mike, it may go between Jet and Nash. You can see that bowl feature there just to the south of the highway, underneath the main wall cloud there. So right now, tornado's not on the ground, Mike.
So, Corey, where are you from Nash exactly?
I am 3.5 miles due west of Nash, looking to the west-southwest.
Okay, 3.5, 1, 2, 3.5. So it's going to cross the highway 3 3/4 to 4 west, Corey. All right, make sure you copy that. It's going to be very close to you because it's leaning more to the east.
It's right out the window here, Mike.
Yeah, let's stay with you.
It's right out the window. You can see it here just south of the highway here, right out the window.
Yeah, look at that. Look at the size. See that? We've been talking about how big that mesocyclone has been. Look at that. Look at the size of it. That's a very large mesocyclone. That thing is miles across. Miles across. And you can see in the power flashes, you can actually see it rotating. You can actually see the spin. That's a very large, very low to the ground mesocyclone. Doesn't appear that the tornado's on the ground. Corey, I'm trying to look at velocity and see if I see any localized velocity inside of that mesocyclone. It looks like it's trying to tighten up maybe on the northern side of that. What do you think?
Yeah, that's where I've got the camera pointed, where it's getting ready to cross the highway between Jet and Nash. That's on the north end of the wall cloud. So you're exactly right with the presentation there on velocities. Still don't see anything on the ground, but you can tell it's definitely spinning there. Looks like we may have another. Yeah, there's another cone trying to develop here. There it is, Mike. It's getting ready to be back on the ground. There, it's on the ground here, Mike. Big tornado. That's going to be just to the south of Jet. Another large tornado, and it's going to be just south of the highway. This is probably 3/4 of a mile to a mile to my west, and I'm 3.5 miles to the west of Nash.
Look how fast that happened.
South of the highway here.
Look how fast that happened. That dropped down as a cone. Now it's trying to go to a wedge. It is going to a wedge. Look at that. Oh my gosh, look at the size of that tornado. Went from a cone to now a large wedge. Corey Inman, that's heading basically just right. It's just going to be to your west by maybe a half mile.
Yeah, we're starting to get rain and hail wrapping in here, Mike. So we're gonna have to turn around. The highway north of Nash going up towards Salt Plains is closed, so we're gonna have to make our way all the way back to Swan Creek and go north from there. We're gonna lose it here, but large tornado on the ground between Jet and Nash.
Yeah, multi-vortex in structure. This is really an example of how fast Oklahoma weather changes. That was a large mesocyclone with no tornado, then a cone dropped down, then it went to a wedge. And it's a large wedge sitting right there. The rain and hail's overtaking him. It's right here. Large wedge right there. Large wedge about to cross the highway between Jet and Nash. I'm going to get out of the frame here so you can see it a little more clearly. Corey, I think it's fair to say that was quickly passing a 1/4 mile wide.
Yeah.
Let's go to Mike.
Yeah, that went.
Go ahead,
went
Corey.
From a cone to 1/4 to half a mile wide there, real quick, Mike. We've lost visual on it with the rain and the hail in here. We're blasting back to the east towards Nash. Try to get back out ahead of it so we can get another visual on it, Mike.
Okay, it's going to travel basically on the Alfalfa-Grant County line, maybe a mile west of the Alfalfa-Grant County line, crossing Highway 64 right now. That's going to be exactly 2 1/4 miles east of Jet. Yeah, wow. Let's go to velocities. Take it full. It's incredible. So you look for the red and the green is the spin. So we had medium to hot red and green. And then as it crossed the highway, instant tornado. See that? Velocities tightened up and got super hot. Instant tornado. Instant tornado. Velocities are showing it. You just saw it live. Instant tornado. No tornado, cone tornado, wedge tornado, 1/4 to half mile tornado. Tornado now north of the highway right here. Let's go to Mike Bennett. It's to the northwest of Nash now. Rapidly intensifying, getting much larger very quickly. Go Mike Bennett.
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we are a mile, about 2 miles east of Jet right now in heavy rain. I'm not sure there may be some flooding up here because we had a trucker that tried to do everything he could to get us to stop, and so I'm not sure what he encountered up here. So we're going to be really careful about what we might drive into. But right now, I don't have anything. I can't see anything because I've got nothing but heavy rain between me and the tornado. But I don't see any power flashes right now. We're just looking straight east, straight down the highway. So if there's any power flashes, we'll be able to see that. But that's about all we're going to see right now until we get out of this wraparound. Back to you.
Okay, thank you so much. It is heading potentially for Waukeeta. So you folks in Grant County, it is potentially heading for Waukeeta. This is a large tornado on the ground now moving into Grant County. So it's heading basically for Waukeeta. It's going to go north of Nash. It's northwest of Nash now. It's going to go north of Nash and up toward Waukeeta is where that is tracking right now. Let's go back to Mike Bennett. Mike Bennett, do you have any type of ground truth on that?
Yeah, not right now, Mike. I don't. We're just we're looking for power flashes. I'm driving a pretty good speed here in heavy rain, trying to get up there. I'm not sure. I haven't had time to look at radar, so if I punch through the precipitation, I'm not sure if I'll drive right into the tornado. So I'm going to have to be really careful about that. But actually, Mike, here in a minute too, the precip's going to. I just took a quick glance. The wraparound's going to lift north of the highway, so we'll be back on the south side of it like we were at Helena a while ago. And I've got an option out in Nash. I can go north towards Waukeeta, towards Highway 11 out at Nash. So that's what we'll do if we get up there. Back to you.
Okay, let's go back over to Corey Inman with his update. He's backtracking now back near Nash. Corey, what do you got?
Yeah, Mike, I'm just north of Nash here. It looks like the tornado's lifted. There's what's left of a cone is just to the northwest of Nash here. Still some rotation at the cloud base, but it's passing just to the north of Nash. It's going to stay south of Waukeeta, probably move up towards the Medford area. It's moving more to the east than it is to the north, Mike. So we're gonna turn around and go back to the east here.
Yeah, so that's going to take it just to the west through north of Pond Creek. You folks in Medford, stay alert. It's heading in your direction, Medford, Oklahoma. It has made more of a jog to the east. Boy, I tell you what, it may have lifted, it may not have lifted. If it's lifted just in the last few seconds because it sure looks like it's still on the ground. It's sitting right on the Alfalfa-Grant County line right now is where it is, just to the southeast of Great Salt Plains Reservoir. Heads up for Waukeeta and Medford. Let's go ahead and I'm going to back up my slideshow here and we're going to broaden this all out. If you're just now joining us, let's show you the current tornado warnings that we have. So the tornado watch till midnight in green. Got a tornado warning heading into Beckham County. We've got Phil on that. And then up here, this has been a very long-tracked tornadic supercell, about an hour and 45 minutes now. And it's been on the ground nearly that entire time, potentially 3/4 of a mile wide at times, multi-vortex at times, potentially violent at times. And it's cycled several times, but it's been on the ground nearly continuously for about an hour and 45 minutes right now. There's the tornado warning. So we're talking about Texola and Eric and Sayre and Elk City. So that's going to be heading into Beckham County. Just a tornado watch for northwest Oklahoma. Tornado warnings here for Grant County. So there's Medford, Waukeeta, near and just south of Waukeeta. Right now it's just to the north of Nash, just southeast of the Great Salt Plains Reservoir. Here's Oklahoma County. Here's the metro. And the tornado watch is to our west in green. For you folks in Blaine County and Caddo County, you're included in that tornado watch, as well as Garfield County till midnight tonight. Here's the broad view. Two main areas of concern, one in far western Oklahoma, and of course all this activity up here up north. We've had confirmed damage up here to some ranch homes in Alfalfa County, and there may have been a little bit of damage to some structures down here in Major County also. The ongoing tornado does continue. Could easily still be on the ground by looking at velocities. Just now coming into Grant County from Alfalfa County. There are hailers coming into Helena and also Carmen. These have nickels and dimes and near quarters and lots of heavy rain. But the tornadic storm is the lead storm here, coming up toward Waukeeta and over toward Medford, and it's just to the southwest of Hawley right now, just to the northwest of Nash. It is turning more to the east. It's right there, just to the north of Nash, right there, and it looks to still be on the ground just southeast of Great Salt Plains, right here. Let's go back over to Corey Inman. He's north out of Nash. Corey, it may or may not have lifted. It's awfully close. It could easily still be on the ground.
You can see the funnel there in the center of the shot, Mike. It's hard to tell if it's on the ground or not. We're having to go east from Nash because the highway going north from Nash, there's a bridge out. They have that closed off, so we're going to have to go back over here and go north from 81. But you can see the funnel there hanging out of the north side of that wall cloud, which is where we had that tornado, just to the west of Nash there. So it continues to move off to the east northeast. So definitely folks in Medford and Waukeeta need to be paying attention as this thing moves in, because this thing produced a big tornado back to the southwest and then another tornado there just to the west of Nash, Mike. So we're blasting east here so we can head north up between Medford and Waukeeta, Mike.
Okay, so we're going to take a look back just a couple of minutes ago to show you how dynamic and how rapidly changing this evening has been, and frankly, how dangerous this evening has been. This is Corey Inman, and this was 12 minutes ago or so. There's the large mesocyclone. We were talking about how big this mesocyclone has been. It's been 2 to 3 miles wide, and there was no tornado. We're talking to Corey Inman, looking at velocities, clearly no tornado. He's got night vision. We can see it all looking underneath the mesocyclone. And then instantaneously a cone tornado forms. And it goes from a cone tornado in literally a few seconds to a large wedge tornado as it was approaching the highway. You're looking west here, and the highway's due west. That's over there on the right-hand part of your screen. And the tornado forms just on the south side of the highway and then crosses the highway right there, right in front of him, and goes to at least a quarter mile wide or larger. And that all happened, if you're watching us just a few short minutes ago, 12, 13, 14 minutes ago. It happened incredibly fast. And that's why these nighttime tornadoes, especially in the spring when it's very dynamic, are very, very dangerous. So right now, this is back to live now, potentially ongoing here. The tornado warning very much continues. Great Salt Plains is right here. So it's southeast of Great Salt Plains. There's Nash. It's turned now a little bit more to the east and to the northeast. So here's Hawley, and then Waukeeta is right up here, and Medford is right back here. And there is the tornado tracker detector right there showing the red where the tornado crossed the highway. We're showing that to you. It may or may not have lifted right in through here north of Nash, and it's going to go up here near Waukeeta, could go south of Waukeeta. You can see the track of it. So it's going to be pretty close to Waukeeta. And to the near and to the west of Medford. There's Medford right there. There's Jefferson. So here's the highway. So you see the track of that. And the debris detector, you saw there's the debris that it was picked up when it was on the ground there that Corey Inman was showing. It picked up debris. Let's go back to Corey Inman with a live update on that. You're now north of Nash, Corey. What do you got?
Yeah, Mike, we've had to reposition out in front of it. Lost visual of it. Continue with just a tremendous amount of cloud to ground lightning back in there. You can see the mesocyclone still hanging back in there. It's just from our position right now, having to reposition to get back in front of it. It's just hard to tell if it's still on the ground. But last time we did have a visual on it, Mike, there was a nice cone funnel hanging out of the front edge of that wall cloud. Couldn't tell if it was on the ground and didn't see any power flashes there, but it was. If it wasn't on the ground, it was awful close, probably about 3/4 of the way to the ground. So give us just a few minutes here, and we'll be repositioned back out in front of it, Mike.
Okay, let's go to Mike Bennett. He's in the debris track right now between Jet and Nash. Mike?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, Mike, this is between Jet and Nash. I think we're probably about maybe 3 or 4 miles east of Jet, and got a power line across the highway. I think further down it goes all the way across because there's a car sitting there with his flashes on, and I'm not sure if he may be in the power lines. I don't know. There's another car on the other end that will not come this way, so apparently they're all the way across the road. I've got a OHP now is on the scene, and so they're got this blocked off. So we're going to turn around, and about the only thing we can do is go around Salt Plains Lake to get back on the storm, and that's not an easy thing to do. I don't know if we could ever catch back up with it. Back to you.
Okay, very good.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Let's go up to Phil. He's out in Beckham County. We've been talking about that incoming tornadic supercell for you folks in Sayre, Elk City, and Eric and Texola. Let's go to Phil out there in Beckham County with an update.
Yeah, Mike, we are just to the north of Eric right now, and we're watching this cell as it's moving across. You can see the base of the storm whenever the lightning highlights it there in the background. It is a tornado-warned storm. It is about to come up to the southwestern sides of Eric. We'll be here. We're going to be watching it. Back to you.
Okay, tell us about the lightning rates in that, Phil. What's been going on with that? Is it coming up or coming down?
So the lightning rates has really started to increase. We've got just a little bit of light rain, but one thing that I did notice, having an anemometer on my vehicle, the inflow has really started to increase. We're at about 15 to 20 miles per hour out here right now. And so noticing also that the hail core on this has been fluxing up and down as it's been making its way toward our location. Hail core has really increased right now, so the people that are in Eric need to take cover as this storm approaches. It looks like that it's going to probably come straight across Eric proper and make its way across I-40 there. Back to you.
Phil, thank you very much. Here's the broad view. So the tornado watch continues till midnight.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
South of Waukeeta, west of Medford. The other areas out here west of Beckham County about to come in from the Texas Panhandle. This has been a long-track tornadic supercell in north central Oklahoma. And ongoing here, this has been severe now warned for Oklahoma. So they may or may not extend the tornado warning for Texola and Eric and Sayre and Elk City. Right now, it's a severe thunderstorm warning in Oklahoma. That'd be a small step in the right direction for sure. No warnings for the Woodward area. That's good. Tornado watch continues, and a tornado warning continues for Grant County. So here's the broad view. Here's Oklahoma City. These done a good job at staying out to the west and to the north of the Oklahoma City metro, but severe with a tornado possible tag for you folks in Beckham County. We'll zoom on in here and take a look at this activity up here in Grant County. So west of Medford, the hook continues here, south of Waukeeta, northwest of Pond Creek. That's been that long track supercell. Let me show you some video here from just a short while ago. This would have been about 22 minutes ago now, from Corey Inman with his night vision camera. And this is an indication of how fast these things have been changing tonight. We've had a couple of structures that have been damaged. I think we have video of this. This is that large mesocyclone that is not tornadic at that particular moment in time. And then all of a sudden, instantaneously, a cone tornado forms. Then it goes to a wedge tornado over a quarter-mile wide in literally just a matter of seconds. That's how dynamic and how rapidly changing these storms have been tonight. Back over to radar here. So this motion here continues to the northeast. So it's north of Nash, southwest of Waukeeta, and to the west of Medford. Ongoing tornado warning. Severe thunderstorm warnings now near Carmen, to the west of Helena. Golf ball or a little bigger, close to tennis ball size.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
Rain. So this is all in northern Oklahoma. So zooming in, there's Waukeeta right there. And the hook is basically located north of Hawley and south of Sand Creek and to the west of Gilbert right there. Let's go back to Corey Inman, get an update on him, ground truth on that in Grant County. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm on Red Hill Road, which is going to be northwest of Pond Creek. It's going to come out on Highway 11 between Medford and Waukeeta. Looking back to the northwest, there's some decent structure there. Can still make out the wall cloud. Don't see anything on the ground right now, Mike. Just just that large wall cloud still persistent, hanging off just to my northwest here. Looks like it may pass to maybe just to the south of Waukeeta, maybe to the southeast between Waukeeta and Medford, which is going to put it, kind of right where I'm coming out here on Highway 11. So right now, don't see a tornado on the ground as we head to the north, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you so much. We're going to go back again about 23 minutes ago, and we're going to roll this videotape. This is from Corey Inman and his night vision here. Actually, this is Mike Bennett, north of Helena is where this is. This is when the tornado crossed the highway north of Helena. It's right in the middle of your screen. There was damage to at least one structure right here. That's the tornado dragging across the Oklahoma landscape. You're looking north here from a point 1.5 miles north of Helena in Alfalfa County. And that's the tornado there on the back of the mesocyclone coming right across the road, right in front of Mike Bennett. Again, there is one confirmed structure damage there. There may have been damage to a second structure. The width of that track, of that debris track, that damaged track, was about 1/4 to slightly more than 1/4 of a mile wide.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
The officer there, Mike, comes around the car there, and you'll see it become more clear as he passes these lights right here of the tornado crossing the highway directly in front of Mike Bennett, our storm tracker there. This is going to be, again, 1.75 miles, 2 miles north of Helena. Back to live information right here. Let's go to Mike Bennett here live. He's going to be between Jet and Nash with an update. He just drove through that damaged track once again. Mike?
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're going to hand that off to Corey. We cannot keep up with it. We're going to have to, the only way we can do is drive around Salt Plains Lake, and I've done that a lot, and it takes way too long. We'll never be able to catch up to it. So, per Mark Dillard, we're going to go ahead and backtrack and look at damage. So we're just going to kind of backtrack the damage path and see what we come across, make a few calls. Back to you.
Okay, very good, Mike Bennett. Thank you so much. Back over to radar here. So back to live information here, looking at radar. The ongoing tornado warning continues. The tornado may not be on the ground. It may have lifted here south of Waukeeta and to the west of Medford. Still moving northeast at around 38 miles per hour, very close to Hawley right here. There's the velocity. Yeah, definitely nothing like it was. Nowhere near. The tornado, no doubt, has lifted. There is no tornado there at all. So it's going to be just to the south of Waukeeta. That's just a big mesocyclone that is spinning down, which is good. Spinning down, and we've lost the tornado track detector right there. We've lost that signal there altogether. So that's great news. And the debris detector there had debris here north of Nash, but that now has also gone away, and the mesocyclone has quickly dissipated. Not nearly as strong at Hook to the north, and now it basically has dissipated altogether. That's very, very good news. There is no tornado there. It did cross the highway there.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
It's lifted, there's no doubt about it. It's moving up into central and northern Grant County, so it's going to be heading up there toward Waukeeta here at about 10:13, which is in 9 minutes from right now. Ongoing tornado warning with some tennis ball size hail and golf ball size hail to the southwest of Carmen. Back in southwest Oklahoma, quick update here from Phil. Severe thunderstorm warning. Not a tornado warning for Beckham County, but a severe thunderstorm warning. Still a supercell there, but they're so far have let that tornado warning expire. Phil?
Yeah, Mike, we are going to have to make a position move here pretty quick. We've got a pretty large hail core that is just to the southwest of Eric, and so we're going to maneuver just a little bit further to the east along I-40 and then drop back in and see what we can see on the back side of this thing as it makes its way northeastward across the town of Eric, Oklahoma. Back to you.
Phil, thank you very much. Back over to radar. We're talking about west central Oklahoma right here. And these are just basically holding their own or weakening a little bit, which is a good trend. So nothing really organized severe here except for this one cell coming into Beckham County near and south of Eric. Golf ball or a little bigger. And no tornado warning, but we'll keep very close track of that for far western Oklahoma. Storms are still quite possible in the metro later tonight. We're closely tracking that, guys. Updates coming up and a return to our storm trackers in just a few minutes.
All right, Mike, thank you. He'll keep everybody forewarned as he watches this. Meanwhile,
we are talking about today's big cabinet shakeup in Washington tonight. President Trump fired Kristi Noem as Homeland Security Secretary. Then
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 69 degrees under fair skies. A tornado warning has been issued for our area. Tonight, partly cloudy skies. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 58. Friday, partly cloudy and windy. Very warm. High 80. Here's our 7-day outlook.
Later tonight, it's going to be in that midnight to 2 to 3 a.m. time frame for the metro. They've done a good job at staying to the west and to the north of Oklahoma City this evening. This has been a long-tracked supercell here, producing large tornadoes, multiple vortex tornadoes on the ground, more often than not for about a 2-hour period of time. We showed you multiple tornadoes this evening from our team of trackers. The hook is really spinning back up again northwest of Pond Creek. So this is a cyclic supercell, or just recycles over and over again, and it's doing so right now. Let's go to Mike Bennett. Again, heads up for you folks in Medford. Not impossible you get tornadic activity. Mike Bennett's in the damage path, I think, right now, over by Jet and Nash. Mike?
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're checking that house out that is just north of Helena that got hit, and the house looks like it's intact. There was an outbuilding that got destroyed. It had a lot of equipment, small equipment in it. Looks like there's a feeder here that got tipped over. We're kind of shooting out the side glass here. The fire department's here too, and but a lot of power lines down here north of Helena, and of course no power in this area. But anyway, it looks like for the most part minor damage. In this at this farm that was hit, that was in the damage path of the tornado. But I'm gonna say, probably EF0 type damage. It may have just been a subvortices that hit. That was hit.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A tornado on this farm. So anyway, we're going to go ahead and move on up and backtrack a little further up the damage path. Back to you.
Locator on that's 2 miles north of Helena is where that is on the highway. Let's go back over to radar. So what we need to know right now is the hook is picking up again, and this cyclic supercell is re-intensifying west of Medford, right? West of Medford. Corey Inman's on it, looking at it carefully right now with his night vision. Go, Corey.
Yeah, Mike, I'm 4.5 miles west of Medford on Highway 11, and that circulation that you're talking about should be just to my southwest. Panning in there, we haven't been able to really make out any structure just yet. You can see, though, there's a tremendous amount of cloud-to-ground lightning in there. The old meso that we watched that produced the tornado earlier moved north of Highway 11 and basically completely dissipated. And, okay, now just to my southwest, Mike, I'm starting to pick up what appears to be a pretty large wall cloud. It doesn't look like there's a funnel or anything associated with it. Just looks like a big wall cloud right now. But as we saw earlier, you can tell that can change really, really fast. So we're 4.5 miles west of Medford, right here on Highway 11, keeping an eye on it, Mike. Back to you.
Let's go back over to radar here. Corey, we'll come back to you. Look at the hook here, rapidly intensifying again, and that's looking pretty tornadic really at any time. So here's Medford. So heads up for you folks in Medford. This is west central Grant County, heading towards central and northern Grant County. That hook is very much spinning back up again. Corey Inman has a wall cloud with that right there. So you folks in central Grant County, northern Grant County, stay very alert with that. Oh my, yeah. So instantaneously, let's go back to Corey Inman. We're going to go long here, guys, okay? We're going to go long. Corey Inman.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
This is for you folks in Medford. Heads up. Dangerous.
Yeah, you can see there, Mike, when it gets backlit by the lightning, there's a big bell-shaped lowering just to my west-southwest. It's going to be south of Highway 11. I'm 4.5 miles due west of Medford on 11, and it's going to be just south of Highway 11 here. So it may stay west of Medford, but people in Medford need to go ahead and take their tornado precautions because, these things have been changing rapidly, and the one earlier took a jog to the east, so it wouldn't take much for it to come into Medford. But there's a big bell lowering right back in there, Mike. Don't see anything on the ground just yet. Just a big lowering, and it's kind of getting ragged there at the base, Mike.
So, Corey, where are you from Medford right now exactly?
I am 4.5 miles due west on Highway 11, looking to my west-southwest.
Okay, it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. It's 11 west and 3 south of Medford right now is where this is. It looks tornadic. So I want to stay with you here, Corey. It looks tornadic. If it continues its path, it's going to cross 11 about 5 or so, 4 or 5 west of Medford. Let's hope that it stays. Say that again.
Bennett has damage near Helena again.
And Bennett's back in damage from Helena. Let's go back over to Mike Bennett, and we're surveying the same damage track from this same supercell. This is going to be back north of Helena. This was about an hour and 15 minutes ago. Mike Bennett's back in damage again. Mike, what do you got?
Okay, Mike, yeah, from where I was at a minute ago, we are now northeast of that, and we've got a mobile home here that is surprisingly intact. The tops of the trees right next to the mobile home are sheared off, okay? I'll give you a little.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Okay, there is a barn, looks like a barn right here that is completely destroyed. Okay, that's not even probably 30 yards from where this mobile home is. Okay, there's another barn. I'm gonna change my angle here and give you another shot of another barn that is not completely destroyed but heavily damaged, and some stock pins and everything right in there. A lot of tin in a lot of the fence rows around the corral here. The Alfalfa County deputy is here, and I did talk to a fireman a minute ago about this location, Mike, and he said no injuries. Good news there. Back to you.
Okay. Got a debris signature, 11 west of Medford and 1.5 miles south. Debris signature confirmed on the ground. It's going to cross 11 here, about 7 or so, maybe 8 west of Medford. Go Corey Inman. Tornado on the ground.
Yeah, Mike, we're 5 west of Medford. Making our way back to the west here, looking back in there, and can't get a visual of it actually on the ground. Don't have any power flashes back in there.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Center of the screen, how low the lowering is, and it's becoming more and more ragged. But just don't have any visual of anything on the ground just yet, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to radar. So we're going to stay with this because it is back on the ground. So here's the tornado. So here's Waukita. It's just going to travel just on the east side of 11 there at the Waukita cutoff. So it's going to be about 7. It's going to cross 11 there, about 7 or maybe 8. Hopefully farther to the west of Medford, 7, maybe 8. We'll zoom on in, though. It's on the ground. So now it's about 1.25 miles south of 11 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 west of Medford. And look at the perfect debris ball. Corey Inman, let's go ahead and go back to you. It's a big debris ball. It's about 3/4 mile wide, the debris ball. So it may be a low wedge.
Yeah, I'm creeping along here, Mike. I think I may have seen the left side of it.
Yeah.
The lights there in the shot. It may be just back behind that.
Yeah, it's tucked back. There it is. It's tucked back in there. You can see it. We're going to stay with you, Corey. If you're just now joining us, this is a large tornado back on the ground. It's going to cross the Highway 11 about 7 west of Medford. If it continues its path, right now it's 1.25 miles south of 11, and it's moving to the northeast. So hopefully it'll stay west of Medford. If you know anybody on 11 west of Medford, they've got to be in their tornado shelter, basement, storm cellar. Safest place they know. Mobile homes will not be safe. The debris ball on it is 3/4 mile wide right now. Go Corey Inman.
Just scanning in there, Mike. I'm trying to creep up on it. I don't want to get in a position here where we get caught, especially with it being a wedge.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
To tell whether something's actually on the ground or if it's just a low-hanging wall cloud. But it looks like the tornado is going to be on the ground just to my southwest here. It's going to put it south of Highway 11. And I'm about 6.5 to 7 miles west of Medford. Still haven't had any power flashes or anything back in there, Mike, but just looking at it through the night vision, you kind of pick up the side of it there occasionally. Just it's not out in the open like it was, like the one earlier was. So we're just having to catch it when it gets backlit by the lightning, Mike. So we're here, like I said, about 7 miles due west of Medford, looking back to the west-southwest.
Okay, it looks like it's now crossing 11. It's on the south side of the highway right now, but not by much. So it's going to be basically due west of you, Corey. Let's go back over to radar. It's got a big debris ball on it. It's a large tornado. It's crossing 11 right now. It's a big tornado there. That's approaching a violent signature. Again, that's going to be a 1.5 miles east of the Wakita cutoff on 11 east, and about 11 due west of Medford. So we'll zoom on in. There's the debris ball. It's just about ready to cross the highway at 11 right there. So it's got debris. That debris ball there is about 3/4 of a mile wide. So that's a big debris signature right there. Corey Inman, due to your west now, crossing 11.
Yeah, there's let this car get out of the way. He's kind of killing the shot here, but there's a huge lowering here just to the south, getting ready to cross 11. It doesn't appear that it's on the ground, Mike, but it's awfully low. I can see under the base of it, but it's extremely.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A lot of rotation in it. It's right over Highway 11 right now. You can probably see it behind this vehicle here, and once his headlights get past me here, you'll be able to see it. But just a tremendously large lowering right over Highway 11 right now. Didn't have any power flashes underneath it so far. You can see it's right on top of and crossing 11 right now. So there's a lot of low-hanging clouds in there, and they're spinning out. There's a power flash, Mike. It's on the ground. It's on the ground maybe a mile in front of me here. It's going to be, let me zoom in here just past this sign. Yeah, there it is. You can see it. It's right over Highway 11 right now on the ground.
Yeah, multi-vortex, Corey. Multi-vortex there, right?
Let me pull up past this sign. The night vision's kind of reflecting off of the sign here, but it's on the ground with continuous power flashes here right over Highway 11 right now, Mike.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that. That you could really see it right there. Debris. You can see debris and multi-vortex in structure. Pretty big debris cloud. It's now centered right where that sign is. Multi-vortex tornado, big debris cloud. Big debris cloud. So it's got some strength to it. Power flash right there. Power flash again, crossing Highway 11. Big debris cloud, power flashes, multiple. That's a large multi-vortex tornado. Could be quite strong. Incredible.
There's 5 or 6 vortexes dancing around this thing, Mike. It's north of the highway now. It's going to stay south of Wakita, but it's maybe a 1/2 mile here just to my northwest. I'm gonna turn around here and start heading back to the east. But it's north of Highway 11. It's going to stay to the southeast of Wakita, and it should stay to the northwest of Medford unless it.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
But large multi-vortex tornado on the ground just north of Highway 11, Mike.
Corey, that tornado is pretty big when you were looking at the various multi-vortexes in the structure of it. And then on a couple of those lightning flashes, you could actually see how big the debris cloud was. It's a pretty big tornado, 1/4 mile wide, maybe a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I've got it centered up in the shot there, Mike. It's at least 1/4 mile wide. And like you said, there were 4 or 5 vortices dancing around the base of it there. So it had a large debris field, but continues on the ground here north of Highway 11. You can see it there centered up in the shot. Just one big, massive, almost a wedge tornado there, Mike.
Okay, this is northwest. This is west-northwest of Medford. So let's go over to radar real fast. We'll go back to Corey. And all the mile markers here are on this map. There's Medford right there, so it's 11, 12 miles to the west of Medford. There's the tornado right there. There's the Wakita cutoff right there. There's Wakita right up here. So it's going to travel just east of Wakita. It's moving, it jogged to the north. Now it's moving more northeast, but that's a big tornado, very large mesocyclone with a big tornado right in the middle of it. This is up here in Grant County in northern Oklahoma. This will likely past to the northwest and north of Medford, but it continues on the ground. The latest velocity scan may have weakened 1/2 of a notch, but likely still on the ground. Let's go back to Corey for a ground truth on that. Corey, what do you got?
Yeah, you can see it backlit in the lightning there, Mike. Still just a large tornado continues on the ground. Thankfully, it's kind of out in the open. There may be a farmhouse or two in there, but for the most part, that's out in the open. But that's just
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
And it was, just a few minutes ago when it crossed 11 there, it was on the ground. Just that lowering there, Mike, is at least a 1/2 mile wide. So if it's on the ground, that's a large wedge tornado in there.
Let's go over to links 2 and look at the shear detector. And you can see that's the shear representation of the tornado itself. And the colors there are really near the top end of the chart. That's a bullseye of a heavy shear detection there to the west-northwest of Medford. Let's go back over to Max 1. That's the shear tracker right there. Big hook there continues. Debris ball right there, right where the tornado is located. Again, about 11 miles west-northwest of Medford. There's the tornado vortex signature. It's tracking up toward Renfro, which is near the Kansas border. So you folks in Renfro, heads up. Let's go back over to Corey Inman with it, looking right at it. He's been tracking it right across Highway 11 right there. Corey, what do you got?
Yeah, Mike, it continues north of 11. Like you said, it's moving to the northeast. Going to go up towards the Renfro area. Haven't had any power flashes since it crossed Highway 11, but that's not an indication that it's not on the ground if power was knocked out as it crossed 11 there. So just you can see that just large, massive lowering right there in the center of the screen. And it looks like right in the center that it's almost on the ground if it's not on the ground there. So continues on up towards the Renfro area. It's going to stay to the southeast of Waukeeta. It's going to stay to the northwest of Medford. Okay, yeah, it's on the ground, Mike. There were a couple of fire flashes right there, so it's still on the ground up there, making its way towards Renfro.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
And also still a big debris ball, and will travel just to the east of Waukeeta. Heads up for you folks in Medford. If it were to take a right-hand turn, it would be pretty close to Medford. Let's go back over to radar here. This is, big. Well, big tornado continues there. So northwest of Medford now, just east of Waukeeta, and then Renfro's right up here. So it may travel just to the west of Renfro, but not by very much. We'll zoom on in. And again, there's Waukeeta, so it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 to 5.5 east of Waukeeta as it moves to the northeast. And there's the debris ball, the debris detector there. It's about a 3/4 mile to close to a mile wide debris signature. And we were just showing you the actual pictures of that, showing that big debris ball with it. That's what it looks like on radar. You can see those various pieces of debris. And we don't know if any structures were hit or not. We don't know, but there were lots and lots of power flashes on Highway 11. So we'll check that out. Back over to live with Corey Inman. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, you can see it continues on the ground here to the northwest of Medford. Trying to make my way back over to 81 so that we can get north up towards Renfro. But you can see that tornado continues on the ground to the northwest of Medford and southeast of Waukeeta, probably a 1/4 to a 1/2 mile wide back in there, Mike. Thankfully over open country, but continues on the ground just to the northwest of Medford.
Because it crossed right here.
So Tim Boyd and I are looking at the Google map imagery, and there's a structure right there on Highway 11, very close to where it tracked across Highway 11. So we don't know whether or not that structure was hit, but a farmhouse is located right there in that immediate vicinity. And all those power flashes makes you wonder.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Right there on the north side of 11, about 11.5, 12 miles west of Medford. And you saw the power flashes there from Corey Inman. We hope nobody was hit right there, but it was in that immediate vicinity. Let's go back to Corey Inman, looking at it now northwest of Medford, large ongoing multi-vortex tornado here.
Yeah, Mike, continues on the ground. You can see it back behind the farmhouse here as we make our way back to Medford so that we can head north. Just a I mean, that thing's still a quarter to a half a mile wide back in there, Mike. There's intermittent power flashes, don't have continuous power flashes. But like I said, it's out in open country for the most part. A lot of wheat fields up in that area. You can see, that you've got the lowering here kind of in the foreground of the shot, but then back behind it is where the actual tornado is. And that thing's just, if it's not on the ground, it's so low and it's so ragged, Mike, and there's a tremendous amount of rotation in there. So we have to assume that it's on the ground. Like I said, intermediate power flashes. So we're going to be north on 81, headed up towards Renfro here in just a minute, Mike.
Okay, Corey Inman there with live coverage on that. Let's go back over to Max 1, and we suspect, Tim was looking at Google imagery.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Over 11, there's a big debris ball, and we actually showed you the live imagery of the debris cloud from Corey Inman, all those power flashes. So there's a real possibility that it hit this structure. It's on the north side of 11. So you locals, right, if you know, 12 miles west of Medford on 11, on the north side of the road, big driveway going into it with what appeared to be some type of a circle drive structure. Could be some type of ranch structure, but there's a big debris ball that occurred co-located right there, and you saw the debris, big debris cloud, lots of power flashes. So we hope nobody was hit, but it's in that exact area, and there was a big debris plume that went up as it crossed Highway 11 right there. You saw that actually occurring from Corey Inman's live stream. Let's go back to live here with Corey. It's now northwest of Medford, southwest of Renfro. Still a big tornado on the ground. Go, Corey.
Yeah, sorry, Mike. Having to dodge some here.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The mesocyclone's still tucked back in there, in the background. It's not the lowering there in the foreground. That's just the structure off the storm. Still continue with at least a large wall cloud back there, coming into the west side of Medford here now. So make our way north on 81 up towards Renfro and back out in front of them. We'll be able to tell if it's on the ground or not, Mike.
Okay, let's go back over to Mike Bennett. Mike Bennett's been crisscrossing the damage path further back to the southwest. He's been in damage north of Helena. One structure at least had light damage, another area of damage too. Mike Bennett with an update here. Mike?
Okay, yeah, Mike, we're just getting a call from the PIO officer in Major County. Kyle's talking to him right now. We're trying to find out if there's any damage in Major County so we can go to him.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
The tornado was northwest of Helena and crossed the highway north of Helena. Helena still had power. We just drove back through there, and they're without power now.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
On the west side of Helena, which barely missed the tornado, they've got power, but of course they're going to have backup generators and things. So anyway, we're going to make our way back to Major County. We're on the phone with the PIO officer, see about any damage. Do you know of, Kyle? Okay, I guess maybe there's not any major damage in Major County, Mike, according to the public information officer. So we'll.
No major damage from the PIO in Major County. So that's an important update right there because it was on the ground for a long track through Major County and didn't miss Orienta and Cleo Springs by very much. So that is a major victory from the PIO in Major County. You folks in Fairview might be listening. No reports of any major damage in Major County. And that's very, very good news. That's from Mike Bennett right there from the PIO in Major County. Let's go back over to Max 1. Same storm, cyclic supercell, still producing tornadic activity. It's weakened a little bit near the small little town of Clyde, Oklahoma, just a tiny little town there east of Waukeeta, southwest of Medford. The rotation has weakened some, very close to Clyde, still moving to the northeast. This is the Kansas border right here. This is the Kansas border, and it's moving to the northeast around 35 miles per hour. Still intermittently likely on the ground, but north of Clyde now and east of Waukeeta and to the west-southwest of Medford. We'll pass probably west of Renfro, probably pass west of Renfro. Velocities are cooling, which is good. Velocities are cooling with it, but it might be some type of smaller rope-looking tornado the way it looks based off velocity between Waukeeta and Renfro right now, but doesn't appear to be quite as powerful as it was earlier. It could be a smaller little rope right there. Again,
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
11.5, 12 miles west of Medford. There is a structure there. Looks to be potentially some type of ranch home. Had a big driveway with kind of a circle drive.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Cloud was there and a big debris signature plumed up and lots of power flashes with that. Here's the track of the tornado mostly where you see the red popping up. And now it's up there to the northwest of Medford, and it continues, maybe roping out or going away altogether right now. That'd be very good news. Let's go back over to Corey Inman's stream and video from earlier. And this was when it crossed 11. And we're going to let this roll. This was not very long ago. You're looking due west here at the tornado right in the middle of your screen. And it's a multi-vortex. When the lightning flashes and the power flashes hit, you can see the multi-vortex structure to the tornado. Those little cloud tags you see hanging down are little tornadoes, multiple vortices. And then you'll see lots of power flashes right here. And there is a structure located at basically that exact spot on the north side of the highway. It's a pretty big structure with some type of a circle drive looking feature coming northbound. There's the debris cloud. See the debris cloud right there? And the video paused. Lots of power flashes. So something right there was likely hit. And those power flashes, the debris cloud's pretty big. That's from Corey Inman there just only about 12, 14 minutes ago when it crossed Highway 11 about 11 to 12 miles west of Medford. So that tornado now may have lifted up there east of Wakita and southwest of Renfro. But that's from Corey Inman. Let's go to Corey Inman now live. Corey, velocities on this have cooled quite a bit, which is good. It may or may not still be on the ground, may have lifted. What do you think?
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Yeah, I'm north of Medford here, Mike. Just got pulled over and looking back in there. There's still a bell lowering in there, but it's not, it doesn't have the definition that it had back to the southwest. It looks like it's on a downtrend. It doesn't appear that the tornado is on the ground. See if I can zoom in a little further here for you. That it's still kind of ragged at the bottom, but it's the lowering itself is not as tight as what it was back to the southwest, which is a sign that it's trying to weaken. Hopefully it doesn't cycle and form again. But right now the tornado is not on the ground. From our vantage point, you can see when the lightning illuminates it here, you can kind of see all the way through the base of it here. So right now not on the ground, and I am just about halfway between Medford and Renfro on Highway 81 looking back to the west, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you very much. That'd be good news. It looks like on velocities that it may have lifted as well. It could still touch down again. It's approaching the Kansas border up in far northern Oklahoma. Now we're going to go to western Oklahoma. Here's Beckham County, Clinton located here, Weatherford right here, Watonga here. Ongoing tornado warning here just southeast of Sweetwater and just on the northern side of Eric and just on the northwest side of Sayre. And it's moving northeast, so just on the east side of Sweetwater. Let's go to Phil here. Phil McGee, our tracker out here in Beckham County. Tornado warning, Phil, but velocities don't seem to indicate an imminent tornado, but it does have a warning on it.
Yeah, Mike, we got on Highway 283. We're headed north out of Sayre.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Vantage point a while ago, but I'm looking off to my northwest, which would be basically exactly where you said, over towards Sweetwater. And I can see a bowl lowering off to the left of my vehicles right now. So we're going to find it.
Okay, Phil, thank you very much. Let's go back over to radar. So he doesn't have any immediate sign here of any tornado on the ground, which is good. Ongoing tornado warning here, again, east of Sweetwater and to the west of Elk City. It'll likely travel near or north of Elk City, the way it looks. Here's your time of arrival. Elk City here at 11:15 or so. It's about 25 minutes from right now. And then Canute and Butler and over toward north of Clinton, near north of Clinton. And eventually maybe as far south as Weatherford by about 12:24. It's going to be quite a bit later tonight for the metro for this wave to come out of western Oklahoma, so it's going to be quite a bit later into our overnight hours. So go back over to Corey Inman in northern Oklahoma. So the tornado warning here has been downgraded to a radar indicated possible tornado, and it looks like to us that it's lifted up there in northern Grant County, pretty close to the Kansas border now. Corey, what do you got?
Yeah, I'm just south of Renfro here, Mike, looking back to the west, kind of in some trees here. So shot may not be that good, but when we do catch a glimpse of it here, it doesn't appear to be on the ground. The lowering has shrunk dramatically from what it was, even 10 minutes ago. So that's good news. It's definitely going to stay to the northwest of Medford, and
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Passes on up towards Caldwell, Kansas, but right now tornado not on the ground, and from my vantage point, it looks like the lowering continues to weaken, Mike.
Okay, Corey, thank you very much. That's an update there in Grant County. So if you're just now joining us here, tornado warning up near the Kansas border and a tornado warning up in northern Beckham County in far western Oklahoma. It's going to take a little while for these to reach central Oklahoma, and they will eventually travel toward the metro, but it's going to be a little bit farther on down the road. Tim Boyd here has got more. Tim?
Yeah, we're going to do a little radar analysis, if we will, of the storm that we got down towards Sweetwater, just to the east there, heading up towards Cheyenne. So you can see I'm zooming in on us on Links 2. So if we want to jump over to Links 2, we can pull that up, and we'll have this tornado warning again. This one that we have down here is radar indicated for this tornado warning down in Beckham and Roger Mills counties down here in the southwestern portion. Mayfield, New Liberty, it's passing off to the north there. So zooming in on it, you can kind of see that red polygon right there. Velocities on it kind of messy. We do have a little bit of a rotation just to the west of New Liberty. So again, radar indicated. We're not looking at a tornado on the ground right now, but this is entering an environment that is extremely susceptible to some quick formation of tornadoes out here. So that's why the National Weather Service has kind of kept this tornado warning tag on this storm, just in case, because again, it is in that environment where these things can drop at any time. So there you can see right there for Grimes, Rose Hill, Berlin. This is continuing to move.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
45 miles per hour. These things are moving pretty quickly. They are hauling off to the northeast there. Now let's take a look at the shear and see if we can see there. See, the not very clear rotation, but that just to the west of New Liberty right there, that little green area you see, that is where we're watching that. Also, a lot of these storms have been prolific hail makers. You can see right there through Mayfield, just to the south of Sweetwater. Grimes is probably starting. If you live in Grimes right now and you're watching from there, you're likely hearing some of that hail hitting the roof right now and getting thrown in with those winds out there. So we'll pull that radar back up and you can kind of see where that hail core is. So you see those pinks and those grays and kind of blacks starting to show up just to the northeast of Sweetwater there, and that is where we have that hail showing up on radar. So I'll jump back to the north now and we'll take a look at that storm that we have up towards Medford. This one again is moving into Kansas, so let me update the radar we have out there and you'll see that. All right, so there's the storm that we have now northeast of Wichita, and that is moving. That is not very far off from the Kansas border now. Velocities on it, not very good anymore. But we do have a new little area of spin that I'll just point out real quick, because the old one we were watching kind of fizzled out over here. So here is the other one. When you have your greens and your reds on your velocities, that is the winds toward and away from the radar. So that's what we see. We create that spin in the atmosphere. So some upper level spin out here right now with this one. So they still have that tornado warning tag on it, but that is still radar indicated upper level spin in this storm. So we're going to keep watching that one as it heads up into Kansas. And we do have, again, that other one down in Beckham.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Storm relative velocity shows up a little bit better there, the one we were just talking about. Storm relative velocity just takes into account the storm's motion. So you can see tightening up right there. Let me see if the National Weather Service has said anything new about that. All right, so back down towards, take a look at the radar real quick, and you can see this system now as we head back towards the west out there. Sand Creek, there's nothing on that storm right now besides a severe thunderstorm warning. Lots of lightning and hail within that as well. There's the storm that we had, the tornado again. Again, still tornado warned as it continues to move off to the northeast, but I think that one's lifted off the ground. That rotation is much more broad and elevated. As you head back towards Waukeeta, some heavy rain, but again, Gibbon, Manchester out there, this storm system right here we're watching, that's still moving off to the northeast. Strong storm there, lots of hail, prolific lightning makers. So we can actually pull up the lightning and show you that as well on links right here. There we go. You see just how much lightning there is with these storms, just completely lighting up the sky. So that confirmed tornado warning till 11:15. So that's not too much longer. But again, that's with that storm that has already kind of fizzled out a little bit. The rotation a lot more broad in that. So do we have a storm tracker down on the Beckham County storm? Philip McGee is down there. So we could toss it out to Phil and see if he's seeing anything on that storm that we have down in Beckham and Roger Mills County. Phil, what are you seeing out there? Are you getting any hail from this storm?
So we are just to the south of the rotation right now, and it's going to be crossing across 283 within the next.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Lowerings, but nothing connecting to the ground, and we haven't experienced any hail at the moment. And so we're making our way to the north on 283. Cheyenne is not too far away from us, and so we're going to stay on this thing and keep an eye on it. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Phil. We have, so there's the storm that we have right there. This is on links too. You can see Grimes right now probably getting the brunt of that with that hail core as well, just to get into the northeast of Stillwater. There's that hail core we were talking about. Heading northeast toward Rose Hill. Again, radar indicated rotation, very broad. There's a little bit of lowering with it right now. So you just want to be prepared, likely head to your safe space ahead of time now, because again, these are in an environment that are extremely conducive to a quick tornado formation. You've already got the broad rotation going out there, but lots of prolific lightning with this. You can see all these lightning strikes around, and they just keep popping up really quickly there. So I'll jump up to the north and take a look at that storm up there as well. This one moving off, we'll put it in some motion real quick. You can kind of see these over the last 30 minutes quickly moving off, moving through Mayfield. And then you can see New Liberty, Berlin, and Rose Hill included in that tornado warning. So now jump back up to the north again. Storm up towards Waukeeta. It looks like that tornado warning is literally knocking on Kansas's door up there. So there it is. Yes, that storm is moving off and into Kansas right there. Along with that old tornado warning, we'll take a look at the velocities. You can still see a little bit of broad rotation. I'll put in the storm relative velocity. As I was saying, storm relative velocity and velocity essentially the same thing, but storm relative takes into account
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
just a little bit of a shade of red right there. You can see not very good signature right here, not as tight as we were seeing earlier when Mike was up here and we had that wedge tornado potentially on the ground, that multi-vortex. So not as tight of a signature here, but that's continuing to move off to the northeast, the Kansas state line right there. Waukeeta still seeing some heavy rain with this one. And just off to the west, if I switch it over to radar, you can see all the heavy rain, hail, and just wind with this thing. So Gibbon, that hail core is moving in on you right now if you're watching from the area in Gibbon. Velocities are pretty high. Lots of lightning with this one as well. It's moved to the north of Sand Creek, so if you're in Sand Creek, the worst of the thunderstorm has already left you. And these things, again, just moving right along. Here is the last 30 minutes, just trucking it off to the northeast at about 30, 40 plus miles per hour. So extremely quick moving systems. That tornado warning off to the northeast of Waukeeta has officially moved off, or that rotation has officially moved off into the Kansas, past the Kansas state line there. So I'll freeze that on now and we'll drop back down to our southern friends down on the Frederick radar. So we'll move down there and you can see this is the main storm now. Nothing else really out there right now besides a couple of showers in and around Leedy, Tologa. You can see a couple of showers there. But Cheyenne now, Rose Hill, Grimes, Dempsey. This is going to be that area that we're watching. The National Weather Service continuing that tornado warning up towards Grant, but again, that's moving out of our area and into Kansas, and it's just an elevated rotation at this moment.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Pretty significantly earlier, but there's the one in Grimes, Rose Hill, Dempsey. Philip, if you're out there, do you still see anything? Is there just kind of a ragged circulation that you're still seeing out there? Is there any update?
Yeah, so we're on 283 and looking straight north, or the rotation is going to be directly to our north and off to the right just a little bit. But there is definitely a ragged wall cloud lowering to the right. If you can see it on the live stream there where the tower is flashing at, it's going to be right behind that tower. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Philip. Pulling that back up again. We'll pull it up, take a look at the storm scanner one more time so you can see if you're watching from home right now. Rose Hill, Grimes, right in the center of this, Dempsey, and see that heavy rain with hail and lightning again. And again, radar indicated tornado warning continuing for that county we're looking at just to the south here. Beckham and Roger Mills, yes, off to the southwest. Toss it back over to Max 1, I believe.
Tim, thank you very much. We're going to give you a little weather update here, your forecast also. We continue with a tornado watch until midnight. Here in Oklahoma City, it's cloudy. It's still pretty warm. It's windy, close to 70 here. There is still a chance of storms in the metro, but it's going to be later tonight coming in from the west. Right now we're 69 degrees with a southeast wind at 17 and close to 80% relative humidity. So
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Renfro in northern Grant County. That's going to be going into Kansas. And a tornado warning up here north of Sayre and just west of Elk City. In Beckham County till midnight, a tornado watch. Now, there is still a wave of energy coming on out, which may help to regenerate storms closer to the metro during the overnight hours. It's now 11 p.m. So these are the current warnings that we have. Tornado warning here, southern Roger Mills, northern Beckham County. No warnings for the Woodward-Moreland area. That's good. And the tornado warning just about ready to cross into Kansas. That's the storm that produced all the significant tornadic activity back to the southwest over a 2.5-hour period. Here's the big view. Now, there is a wave of energy coming out, but the energy has been steering more to the north. So these are going to try to keep chugging toward the metro. They're going to try to lean on the northern side of I-40 during the overnight hours tonight.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Maybe around the 2, 3, and 4 o'clock hour in Oklahoma City. So later, these supercells have been very slow, as you can tell, very slow to come out of northern and western Oklahoma. So we're going to go to Corey Inman here and also Mike Bennett here coming up, guys. So hailers out here by Manchester, north of Waukeeta, golf balls with that. And the supercells go back over to radar here. The supercell is about to cross into Kansas. There's been a little small pinpoint, looks to be potentially a little rope tornado from time to time north of Clyde and northwest of Renfro. And that's literally on the border right now to the west-southwest of Caldwell. And that's that same supercell there, and you see the rotation there. Now it's really quite small and trying to completely spin down. But there was a little tiny needle, itty-bitty tiny little needle-looking tornado-like signature there north of Clyde. Zoom on in here. So there's your, look for the red and the green there. Very tight, very, very small, completely different than what it was earlier when it crossed Highway 11, for example. Speaking of, let's go to Corey Inman here. He's in Grant County in northern Oklahoma with an update. Corey?
Yeah, Mike, I'm here at Renfro along Highway 81 looking back to the northwest. This thing it's finally made it into Kansas as it tracks on up towards the Caldwell area. You were talking about, maybe a tiny rope tornado in there. There was a lowering that continued to weaken from back in the Waukeeta area up this way. It did change shape several times. There was still rotation with it, but it's basically almost completely gone away, the lowering itself.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
It has officially moved out of Grant County and is up into Sumner County right now, Mike.
Corey, thank you very much. Hey, can I ask you, you've been listening to scanner traffic and such. Have you heard any interesting chatter up there in terms of any damage? In particular, that area 11.5, 12 miles west of Medford, that large structure. You might even know what structure that is on the northern side of 11, right where you had it cross 11. There was a debris ball there, and you had a big debris cloud, right? We're showing that to our viewers. There's a ranch home or something right there. Do you know any additional information on that? Here's earlier this evening showing it hitting whatever structure that is right there at the power flashes. Corey, we're looking at that video that you shot just a short while ago. What do you know? Anything?
I haven't heard any scanner traffic as far as any structural damage or any injuries or anything. Haven't seen any emergency vehicles that were headed that way as we were coming into Medford and going north. Actually just had Medford police officers going past me here as they go on up towards the Kansas state line. So we'll make our way back over that way real quick, Mike, and see if there's any damage over that way since this thing has moved up into Kansas.
So many power flashes right there, Corey, as you're showing us live on the north side of 11. So we hope that nothing was hit right there. But according to the Google imagery, there is a structure sitting right there. So
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Nothing like that west of Medford. So let's go back over to radar now and show you again what the track of this supercell here. There was a tornado more on the ground than off the ground. And it began well back down west-southwest of Fairview, really right there in the northern Blaine County line near Canton. And then it tracked very close to Cleo Springs, west and north side of Helena, in between Jed and Nash, and then on up here to the west of Renfro. Now it's up in Sumner County, just crossing the border, west of Caldwell. So it's up in Sumner County now. And there might have been a little bitty brief little needle tornado a short while ago, west-northwest of Renfro. There's quarters and golf balls up here now. Earlier had about baseballs with it. So before we go back into western Oklahoma, let's go to Mike Bennett up here in the northern part of our state. Mike?
Okay, Mike. Yeah, we're making our way back to Cleo Springs to check for damage. I want to clarify something said earlier. The Major County Public Information Officer told us that there was no damage that he can report on at this time. That doesn't necessarily mean there wasn't any, but they just weren't allowed to talk about it if there to clarify that. I am having a hard time believing that there was not damage northwest of Cleo Springs because, you know, we sit there just south of town, watch that thing just track right around, basically right around Cleo. So we're coming in on Cleo right now. We're going to go ahead and make our way to the west a little ways just to see, because I know you have some homes back in that area. So I'm just going to go check on those. Back to you.
Mike, we're showing still
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
These from your video stream from earlier. You know, it's amazing, right? But nighttime tornadoes are difficult to spot. And you and Corey Inman, our team of trackers, did a great job tracking these. Those to folks who don't live in Oklahoma might think those are just clouds. They're not just clouds. That's a multi-vortex tornado. And it's very dynamic and very large. And at times that tornado may have been over a half a mile wide. Here's also video from earlier, right here. And this is from Mike Bennett as well as it crossed Highway 8 north of Helena. It's dragging out of the back of that mesocyclone. Then he had damage. There's the damage right there of that exact location north of Helena. Damage to a home. The damage looked to be pretty minor, which is good. Some sheet metal thrown around, some minor roof damage right there. Mike, we're showing all that video right now of your excellent work keeping folks forewarned on that. Any more additional information you want to provide on that?
Well, I'll tell you what, Mike, the amazing thing is that the home that was northeast of Helena, okay, it was a mobile home, okay, and there was trees, big trees, right beside it, okay, and some of the limbs were sheared off, and I'm talking about, I'm guessing maybe 8 to 10 inch, maybe even 12-inch limbs that were sheared off at the rooftop level of that mobile home. Okay, the mobile home was still there, was still intact. Okay, but those limbs, of course, you had the video of it a while ago. Those limbs were gone. Okay, and then there was barns around that mobile home. There was one barn, or maybe probably a shop, a garage, that was just about 20 yards.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
So it just attests to the strange things that these do. And usually what that indicates is, multiple vortex structures or tornadoes, because you can have a subvortices hit a small area and shear trees off and not touch the home. And then, or you could have the home destroyed and a doghouse right beside it, laid right there untouched. So it's just a lot of strange things they do. Sometimes they're even hard to explain. Okay, we're northwest of Cleo Springs now. We're going to come across. If we have anything, we'll get back with you. Back to you.
There are your power poles down right there. We're looking at that. Power poles down there near Jet from your stream earlier. All this is here that you see is earlier. The cloud bases underneath the mesocyclone were super low. And underneath that mesocyclone, there was multi-vortex vortices. You see that right there. The mesocyclone was just literally hundreds of feet off the deck, right? And the tornadoes formed incredibly fast and got large incredibly fast. And make no mistake, there's some violent winds in there. So we'll see, if there's any more damage. Let's certainly hope not. Clarification there from Major County, the PIO. No damage he could report on at the time from Major County, the PIO there. So that's a clarification from earlier. Mike Bennett, of course, was on that from way back earlier in the evening as it was tracking through Major County. And it's been a pretty violent weather night tonight. Let's hope there are no additional tornadoes, but there is a wave of energy coming out, so an opportunity of storms is there. So let's go back over to
a tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Kansas, that's good. Here's western Oklahoma here. Cheyenne, severe thunderstorm warning here. Ongoing tornado warning south of Cheyenne. Notice it's lifted more to the north of Elk City. It's lifted more to the north of Elk City. And when they lift like that, that's usually a good sign. When the whole storm lifts more to the north, it means it's not rooted down in the lower levels of the atmosphere. So it's kind of lifted up above a layer. And when they lift to the north like that, that's usually a good sign. Let's hope that is a good sign. There is an ongoing tornado warning, radar indicated, and a severe thunderstorm warning being added to that on top of it, which may or may not let that tornado warning expire. But it's also going to travel north of Elk City. It's quite a ways north of Sayre now. Then we have Phil McGee. Phil McGee's been out all day in western Oklahoma, Connerton as well. Let's go to Phil McGee here with an update near and north of Elk City. Phil?
Yeah, Mike, we are actually driving to Cheyenne, and then we're going to go east from there. But we're basically just on the edge of the hail core, and there are at least quarters and dimes falling right now just to the south of Cheyenne. And so maybe even a little bit bigger than that. But we're going to make our way over east and get back out in front of this. Back to you.
Phil, thank you very much. Any hail? You got blinding rain out there. Have you been in any hail?
Yeah, Mike, we're driving in hail right now. It isn't too big. It's probably quarter size, maybe.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
But, yes, blinding rain for sure.
Okay, Phil, be very careful out there. Be very, very careful. He's in nickel dime and almost quarter-size hail. This is Roger Mills County tonight at 10 minutes after 11 on our Thursday evening in western Oklahoma. A storm is ongoing severe. It's had a tornado warning, radar indicated tornado warning. It has lifted more to the north. It'll clear Elk City to the north. So we're really talking about more like Butler and Custer City really is where we're talking about up here in northern Custer County. Should stay near north of I-40. Okay, so what's going to happen overnight tonight? So a wave of energy is coming out. There's a little more of a cap or a lid has formed over the metro. Whether or not that cap or lid is breakable, we will see. But there is a wave of energy coming out. So there's still a moderate probability of thunderstorms later tonight. This is 2:30 in the morning. So that energy will come out of western Oklahoma eventually. Most of the activity is going to be in northern Oklahoma tonight and then down to near Interstate 40 with a few scattered storms south of I-40. But this should fill in the storms as they come into the metro. But the cap or the lid has strengthened some over the metro this afternoon, late into this evening. 60 for a low. Tomorrow, the severe weather is going to be east of Oklahoma City. It's just a 20% chance. Mid-afternoon tomorrow, it'll quickly push to the east. Tornadoes are possible in eastern Oklahoma tomorrow. It'll be mostly cloudy and a windy 76 in Oklahoma City. The dry line is going to push into western Oklahoma tomorrow. Very windy tomorrow.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
But again, tornadoes are possible in eastern Oklahoma tomorrow. There's an enhanced risk. But it looks like it's going to be Seminole, Okemah, Bristow, Ada, McAllister, Muskogee, Lake Eufaula, Tenkiller, Tahlequah, up toward Grand Lake, down toward McAllister and Poto and Durant and Hugo. That's where the threat appears to be maximized tomorrow. But early, mid-afternoon, 2, 3, maybe 4 o'clock, not too far east of Oklahoma City, there may be a window, say Seminole up towards Stroud and maybe down toward Pontotoc County. There may be a window of getting a few supercells fairly close by. So a 60% storm chance later tonight. I have lowered the storm chances, but they should fill in some as they move toward the I-35 corridor. It's going to be around the 132.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Moderate to good chance overnight tonight of showers and thunderstorms. We'll see these storms gradually develop as they push to the east. Mid-50s to middle 60s for lows Friday morning, and a 20% storm chance for tomorrow. Windy, a high of 76, mostly cloudy, and a south wind at 20 to 30 miles per hour, and highs will be in the middle to upper 70s. Roger Mills expired.
Yep, they expired it.
The tornado warning for Roger Mills County is expired. That's very good news. So there's future rainfall. Still could see very good rains just west through north of Oklahoma City. We need the rain in the metro. We should see some.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
Now overnight tonight, because the cap or the lid, which is partially drought related, has been strengthening this evening over the metro. The atmosphere is a dynamic place. 60 tonight, 60% probability. We're hopeful we'll see those storms. 20% tomorrow, and 76 and windy. Here's your weekend, 38 to 53, mostly cloudy on Saturday.
A tornado warning has been issued for our area.
A beautiful Sunday, 34 up to 70. We do spring forward. Sunset will be about 7:30 Sunday evening, 7:30 p.m. 80 on Monday. Strong south winds, 40% storm chance on Tuesday. A high temperature of 74. Some of those storms could be severe. Cooler Wednesday, 65 on Thursday. And then the next system, which appears to be fairly weak right now.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
That is your 7-day +4. We're still monitoring the severe weather right now. There are no tornado warnings in effect for our state, which is very good news. Let's get an update here from Tim Boyd. Tim?
Yeah, we'll take one last look at this storm that we have over Cheyenne on Links 2. And I'll jump on over there so you guys don't have to do that. There you can see, that's the storm that Mike was just pointing out, that the tornado warning polygon is still on there, but that has dropped off. So now this is the only severe storm that we have monitoring out there. Again, right over Cheyenne, continuing to move off. So heading up towards Leedy. Leedy's seeing some pretty heavy rain right now. I'll jump over and take a look at the velocity and throw up that lightning on there for you, because it's the prolific storms out there. There's just tons of lightning with these. You can see that right there. I throw those up and I'll zoom in for you. So Strong City, Cheyenne, down towards Herring, over towards Herring, seeing all that lightning right there. Hail core. So we'll pull up the 1 hour hail, and you can see. So Rose Hill looks like they got clobbered with some hail, especially Grimes. You see those dark purples right there. You can see that's exactly where that larger hail went through. So just to the south of Cheyenne, it's moving in. Herring, again, moving right towards you as well. Sheer looking pretty sloppy on it, and that's part of the reason that they're dropping that tornado warning.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area.
So no more tornado warnings on the board. Again, Cheyenne, Strong City, this storm continues to move off to the northeast. So Tologa, Sealing, Bisai going to be getting some of that rain out of there. Camargo, Trail, Webb. So I said Sealing already. Back to the southwest again. That's our one remaining storm. I do want to pull out the big picture take a look at the tornado watch that we have on Max 3. And you can see all these just continue to kind of trail right behind one another off from the southwest into the northeast there, just to the north of Enid. But there's that latest storm. We had our first one. You can see that entire trail where it moved all the way through there. That's that really impressive hook was right around there. You see that as it moved off. Now that's moved into Kansas. Now we have our second storm right here. Again, heading up towards Leedy. Right now, just a pretty strong storm. Lots of hail with that, probably up to golf ball or larger size hail with that storm as it continues to move out there. Some pretty gusty, damaging winds as well. Likely some 60 to 70 mile per hour winds with that storm as it continues to move off to the northeast. So without that, I believe, since we have no more tornado warnings, we jump back out to our regular programming.
A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 68 degrees under clear skies. Tonight, a few passing clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 58. Friday, partly cloudy and windy. Very warm. High 80. Here's our 7-day outlook. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. a severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. A tornado watch is in effect. Currently in our area, 68 degrees under clear skies. A severe thunderstorm warning has been issued for our area. Tonight, a few passing clouds. A stray shower or thunderstorm is possible. Low 58. Friday, partly cloudy and windy. Very warm. High 80. Here's our 7-day outlook.
This is probably one of the best scans that I have seen when it comes to the strength of where you're seeing the reds move away from the Doppler radar site that is located in Wichita and the greens. So the red's going away, but the green's going towards it, which tells us that we have this circulation right about in here. So the track will be off to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. I'm going to put a storm track on this here over toward the Metcalf area, tracking to the northeast at about 30 miles per hour. Pop it right to about here. This is going to put it in Doster at about 11:38 p.m. If it continues in this track and if it holds its intensity, it may be moving over toward Wellington. Wellington is not under the tornado warning at this time, but Metcalf, Bluff City, Argonia, Milan, Corbin, and also Caldwell are. But this is the part right here that is definitely the most problematic that may produce a tornado. We'll continue to gather more information from what the folks are seeing with this storm, but at this time, get into a basement. A basement is best. If you cannot get into a basement, put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible, getting into a bathroom, getting into a closet, and some of you may only have seconds to get to that tornado safe place right now until the coast is clear. We have from now until 12:15 for this tornado warning to be in effect unless this starts to ramp back down. But this is definitely ramped up in a big way here over the last couple of minutes, which has prompted the brand new tornado warning for Sumner County until 12:15. Keep it here and always online at KSN.com.
To a touchdown at any point. We're talking right around 160th Street and Argonia Road. That's kind of going to be your next kind of point of interest there. That would be that intersection, 160th and Argonia Road. Tornadoes probably about back up circulation, probably about a half mile back to the southwest of that. So folks in the area, that kind of gives you your bearing straight. Circulation is going to miss Metcalf off to the east by about a mile or two, pass on 160th Street between Metcalf and Doster. Again, circulation, not a tornado. If anything, we could call it a developing tornado as it moves off to northeast. The next sort of major intersection, Jay, is going to be K44, probably somewhere in the neighborhood of K44 Milan Road, but we still got a little ways to go.
And let's go back over. I'm using the Vance radar, and this is what we call the rho-HV, or the correlation coefficient. Basically, it's a breed detection, and that area circulation, is sitting right over in here, and we're not really seeing anything that would indicate clearly that something's being lofted. So as Colton's already talked about, it is an area rotation. Could it develop a tornado? Possibly. Do we have a tornado on the ground? We don't have any indications backing that up at this point. So this warning was issued based on radar indications, and at this point it's just, get down to your shelters and play it safe as this continues to roll right on through. Let me zoom in a little tighter so Metcalf will appear there for you, and there is Doster. Let me go back to the velocity mode of the radar. And I know I keep clicking on Goodland, but I swapped Goodland out with Vance, so that's why I keep using that. Let's go. There it is. There's that area circulation very close to Metcalf.
Vance is a little more impressive.
Yeah, and this is a little tighter. You've got the highest, velocities going away and towards the radar. They're a little closer to each other now. And okay, so yeah, so this is more worthy of our attention as far as if you're on Metcalf. Just go ahead and continue those tornado precautions.
That's only about 1,700 feet above,
right?
As opposed to when we're looking at Wichita at 3,300.
Yeah, so this is about half the distance lower to the ground, and that's why we always try to use the closest radar. You use a variety of radars because sometimes you want to look at the mid-levels of the storm to see the parent mesocyclone kind of supporting things, and the lower you get, okay, and notice now.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, yep, okay. We're starting to get this kind of close together now, so our confidence is increasing that we may be having a developing tornado in progress right in the vicinity of Metcalf. So if you're around Metcalf, you're around Doster, it's a good idea to continue exercising those tornado precautions at this time, because there's a lot of heavy rain here too, so it's not like you're going to step out and see the circulation. Maybe you get lucky. There's some lightning flashes kind of help illuminate the lowering of the cloud base. You could see it, but a lot of heavy rainfall. So especially if you're north of Metcalf, you're north of Doster, you're looking down to the south to try to see this part of the thunderstorm to see if there's a tornado. You'd have trouble visualizing it anyway, even if it was there. A combination of the night and just the heavy rainfall knocking down the visibility. And looks like you got an update on the road grid of where it would be in the vicinity of.
Yeah, just looking at close, really close, 150th and Argonia Road. If anything, maybe about a half mile to the west of that where we're looking. So right there is what I would call the center of circulation. So Metcalf, the intersection there at Blackstone Road, and 150 at the center of circulation, probably about a half mile east of that. So looking upstream, it's moving almost directly northeast. So we can just kind of go up and to the right one mile each there. So that's going to be Eden Road and 140th Street. Again, still not a ton of indications. Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, that this thing is on the ground, but that's kind of where it's going. This will miss Doster to the north. by just at least a couple of miles.
Well, you know, let's give this thing a couple of volume scans. It flipped over to the correlation coefficient here, and okay, between Metcalf and Doster, that is not a clear indication of anything. But it's like, okay, let me see if this actually sustains itself for a couple of sweeps of the radar, because we do have a decent area rotation, absolutely no doubt there. And okay, and it's already gone. So that was an indicator of anything. Oh, I don't know. Well, north of Metcalf, we'll keep it. This is a real noisy product, so we got to look for some consistency over some sweeps here, and I'm not really seeing it. Plus, that doesn't really line up with the last place we saw that area circulation, which was kind of more. I don't know. You got the latest couple of. Where have you got in the vicinity of Metcalf now?
Yeah, same thing. I may still be on the scan before. Jay, but there you go. There's
okay, there you go. Okay, now that's more impressive.
Yeah, certainly becoming a little more impressive. I don't currently have this where I can query it, but I can get there because I'm curious what that's going to read for us. So that may be a little erroneous. Maybe not.
No.
Maybe not. I mean, we're
so.
Still at 1,700 feet, but
that color palette, no, that would only if we had a de-aliasing error. That could maybe, but still, the fact that does kind of, you see when you get the vicinity of Metcalf, that's actually
gate to gate 140.
Okay, but that's correlating more to that little drop in CC now.
Absolutely, it is.
Okay, it's in the same place. So if this persists for another sweep of the radar, this may be our initial indication that we've kicked up something and we actually have a tornado on the ground at this point. We can't confirm it, but we definitely think we're kind of leaning in that direction now. This may be our first indicator that maybe we've come in contact with the surface and we're kicking up a little debris here. Again, we're using the Vance radar because it's only about 1,700 feet above the ground.
That's in the right spot.
Okay, so this does line up with the velocity data. So now that we've got that latest sweep out of Vance, so yeah, if you're around Metcalf, continue those tornado precautions now. We have a possible tornado in progress, and that will continue tracking away from Metcalf. So if you're around Doster, this one is not going to impact you. It's already moving on. Here's the latest sweep of the CC. Okay, it's kind of maintaining a little continuity here as this tracks to the north. So we were going to continue with we're having, unfortunately, increasing confidence of a tornado now in progress here in Sumter County. It's not enough of a Doppler radar indication to say that we're definitely going to confirm it at this time, but this does definitely kind of lean us in that direction. So let's talk about where you are downstream in relation to this. So this is moving due north of Metcalf. This is going to be crossing, KFOR-TV and continuing on up to the north over towards Milan and over towards Mayfield. And we can
latest velocity scan is sort of maintained as well. Yeah, there we go. Show that right there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just off the northeast of Metcalf. So still the sort of outbound winds are still pretty strong. So yeah, I mean, if anything, we'll call it developing. Still pretty messy.
Yeah, and I kind of zoomed in hyper tight to show you where that, that indication of possible debris has been kicked up. There is South Argonia Road and West 140th Street. There is West 150th Street. So if that is an actual debris indication, there you are as far as, there's Metcalf off on the bottom left-hand corner of your screen, and that will continue to track to the north here. So let me continue to back out the view a little bit here, and we'll put this in motion for you over about the past. I'm going to, trim that down. I know we were doing, 30-minute? So I'm going to trim that down to about 15-minute here.
And Jay, the Weather Service is going to take that as radar indicated debris, so they're going to turn this to a confirmed tornado warning now.
Okay.
So yeah, definitely suspect of what we were seeing. So that makes a lot of sense. Just kind of looking upstream where this is going to go. Eventually going to cross K44. Obviously, I'm zoomed in super tight there. Certainly not ready to give a cross street yet. Still thinking somewhere maybe between Milan Road and between Dixon Road. I know that's a 4-mile spread there. I would say that's more than likely once it makes it to K44 where it's going to head. But these things can make left turns, they can make right turns and things like that. So just now kind of trying to give a kind of enhanced point of view of maybe where we need to be concerned more so than others. But if that's going to take maybe a right turn, maybe we're looking more towards Milan Road. So obviously we've still got about 4 or 5 miles to go.
And another thing to keep those, even though we're fairly close to the radars and we're only sensing within a few thousand feet, just because that's where we detect it on the radar, where it's actually, it doesn't necessarily go straight all the way down to the surface at that point. That's another reason we got to give you a little error here. But we're still indicating that's probably some indication of debris ring lofted. The Weather Service at Wichita, that's what they're thinking it is too. We've been kind of heading down that path. Okay, here comes the latest sweep here. So we're going to track that to the north, and This is getting kind of, again, just one thing about this product, it gets awfully noisy. I mean, you can't say this is all debris here. We move that north of, I'm going to scrub through this. So I'm going to, since we're a little continuous here, it's time to roll into cart. So let's kind of scrub through some data here. I'm going to stop the motion with that. We're going to go back, kind of play connect the dots with that. So there was that earlier indication that we thought was a little debris being lofted north of Metcalf, and if anything, that would still, just based on continuity, potentially be this right up here.
Yeah, it's definitely in the right spot.
Yeah, right there would be, that would be correlate with the velocity, and not this. That's just some noise at that point. So let's get in here and show you where that, whoop, wouldn't you know it? As soon as I touched it, it decided to go nuts. So let's go back in here and zoom into that. There we go. We'll get into that real tight. And so that indication now around Argonia Road, 130th Street, over towards Dixon Road, and, you know, give or take a little while. So, you know, as far west as Blackstone, as far east, you know, from Dixon Road, maybe over to South Morris Road, but right in there, we think that that's probably got the continuity where if there's a tornado still in progress, we go over to the velocity. Yeah, that aligns with the velocity really well at this point. So it's going to be in this general area. And like Colton was talking about, you know, we're going to give you a little wiggle room here just in case, but anywhere between Argonia Road and Dixon down to 130th, it'll be in the vicinity. Give yourself about a good, you know, mile or two radius around that, and we'll kind of pull that out and then put that in motion for you over the past 15 minutes, and it's pretty easy to play, connect the dots with it and see exactly where that's going to be tracking, like he was talking about over, you know, KFOR-TV, and then heading on over across Sumner County. And as long as this little couplet persists here, we're going to continue to keep it right here on KAKE for the tornado warning. Again, the National Weather Service is, you know, confirming using Doppler radar. Now, the good news is that last suite, watch this, you can kind of track it up, see how it's not as pronounced. So we'll see if that trend continues. But right now, that debris detection signal has weakened quite a little bit. We'll go over the velocity data. It's still spinning. So we'll keep an eye on this.
I have a storm track on Max 2 if we want to take that.
Go ahead.
And obviously going to continue to move up. We're really kind of mainly focusing on kind of western back into north central parts of Sumner County here. I would just really end up calling it central Sumner County here. The track's off to the northeast. We're looking at some times of arrival. Milan right after midnight here. Wellington City Park, obviously that's a little ways out. So, but Mayfield, 1211, several areas out here, just kind of some points of interest for folks that live in the area. This thing is moving at a pretty decent clip. Latest warning says about 30 miles per hour. So obviously nighttime, rain involved. It's not one of those you want to go stand on your front porch and try to see. It'll see you before you see it. But
you know what? I have not heard that expression before, but that is very appropriate tonight.
Yeah, I mean, not a storm chaser's kind of dream tonight. I will say I was going to provide a quick update on the Wichita Metro because I know I'm seeing rain and lightning, and folks at home maybe tuned in, worried about the Metro. For now, the storm is off to the south, okay? Eventually, the storm is going to try to track up maybe through the South Metro. I would say areas like Clearwater over to Derby. If this thing stays together, we'll be talking about heavy rain and maybe some hail. As far as currently, though, right now in Wichita, we have no threat of severe weather at this time, okay? If the storm were to lift into the north, we would bring a hail threat in. But for the time being, anything around the Wichita Metro is just good old-fashioned rain and maybe a little bit of lightning. So folks at home worried about that. For the time being, we're in good shape there.
Yeah, and one thing we were talking about is the fact that, you know, this has brought its own atmosphere with it. I mean, the fact, what's the temperature now?
67 here at the TV station.
Oh, it's actually cooled down because it topped out at 71.
Yeah.
So it's finally cooled down a little bit because, you know, this, you see here everything from Augusta to El Dorado over to Eureka. We're working over the atmosphere. And the thunderstorm is coming up from the northeast, so it is getting into a part of the atmosphere that at least has been worked over a bit. The thing is, are we replacing it with enough more unstable atmosphere from the south in order to sustain this? Odds are that's probably going to win. The fact that we've already had convection here and this is getting farther and farther to the north, this should start to weaken. There's no guarantee it will, but at least that's what the odds are telling us at this point. We'll see if there's enough, you know, new atmosphere getting flowing up here from the south to keep fuel this thing. But even over the past few minutes, as far as the hail size, Colton, really haven't seen any indications of large hail for quite a while in this. So I can imagine some of the vil densities and the vils are finally dropping off in this thing.
Yeah, I mean, certainly not lately. The hail indications lately have not been fantastic.
And so I'm going to go back over, and we're getting to the point now we're almost starting to get to the point where equidistant. It doesn't matter if it's going to be Wichita or Vance. We're getting far enough where it's going to be about the same. But
the Wichita radar looks like maybe a second couplet maybe trying to develop.
Over here, we'll see if that organizes. And unfortunately, that's sometimes what happens is you will get an occlusion. This one will come out more to the left, and then you go over to the right, and that's where new circulation will take its place.
Kind of what's been happening all night.
Right. But, okay, look, latest sweep. This is dramatically weaker, and we'll see if this organizes. So now we've got basically 2 circulations in progress, both of them south of KFOR-TV. This is the one that had what we believe, we have fairly high confidence that was a debris signature in the correlation coefficient. So that is moved to the north. Remember, we were seeing a weakening in that correlation coefficient or that debris signature. And now the big question is, will this become a strong enough circulation to produce a tornado? So we got 2 ongoing at the same time, which is definitely not uncommon. So I am going to switch back over to, and I'm using the Wichita radar, so I know we're still probably shooting a little higher than Vance at this point.
A little, but not much. I just measured it out. Wichita's about 2,300 feet.
Yeah, we're starting to get, like I said, equidistant between the 2 now. So we're pretty much at a pick'em, which is not a bad thing because it gives us a chance to sample from just 2 different vantage points here. We go back, Wichita never really hooked on. There you go. See, what was the debris signature? That's pretty much gone. The question is whether or not another one is going to develop there. I'm going to switch over and look at it from Vance.
Yeah.
Unless you're doing it, unless we're both doing the same thing.
It's all messy. I don't see any indication there that looks.
I'm using the velocity indication. Are you using Wichita or Vance right now?
I'm in Wichita right now, so this is perfect. You can actually see the 2 box here.
This is great. So yeah, leave this up, because we're both looking at the same storm. I'm looking at using the radar at Vance, where Colton's on the radar over at Eisenhower. So there are the 2 circulations right there. So because the radar is to the south, this is the way, that's the toward. So the green's back towards the radar, the yellow's away from the radar.
Wichita scan just got stronger.
Okay, and that's this circulation here. So this is the one that earlier we believe produced a tornado near Metcalf. This is the next circulation that's getting stronger and potentially either is producing a tornado or will produce the next tornado. And we're seeing it, it's a little stronger on Wichita as far as, let's zoom in hyper tight and again, give yourself a little room to play here. But there you go. There's 110th Street, and then that's Ryan Road. So between Ryan Road, Milan Road, and over towards Conway Springs Road, that's the area of circulation. This is the Vance radar, and again, Colton's got it over on Wichita, and we're both seeing the same thing from 2 different angles, which is an increasing circulation. And based on this, the Weather Service they're going to keep a tornado warning in progress as long as we keep seeing things like this. So here's the other circulation that's weakening, the new one that's taken over at this point. And Colton, looks like you're going to...
Yeah, going to track this out. We're
put a track on
moving at about 30 still. So still somewhat quickly. Again, these things can move left and right a little bit, but some areas to watch. Mayfield still in the kind of the bullseye for this second circulation at this point. 1210. I know it's including some areas in Wellington. I have to tell you, it would have to take a pretty hard right turn to make it to an area in Wellington. Not that it won't, but just know that you're kind of on the edge of the cone here. But obviously, it's a couple other areas through here that maybe are kind of points of interest for you across parts of Sumner County. But okay, just received a reported tornado roughly 5 miles west of Corbin. So that would line up with exactly where we're seeing. So that is
moving to the northeast at 30. Yep. So at least we have confirmation there.
Yep.
And we go back to the correlation coefficient. There's that little debris detection that we had earlier. And as we go forward in time, that is gone. Don't see a new one yet, but we just got that tornado report 5 miles west of Corbin moving northeast.
And that would be this circulation. So
it would be the brand new one.
New scan doesn't look much different.
Okay, so we have tornado in progress now. Even though we don't have the debris detection yet, we got the report.
Oh, that's going to cross KFOR-TV about a mile east of Ryan Road.
Yeah, and yeah, Vance this is a tighter circulation now.
Yep.
Even on Vance, the latest. Yep, and like you were talking about, KFOR-TV in the vicinity of Milan Road, between Milan Road and within South Chikaskey Road. So Chikaskey Road, Milan Road, on KFOR-TV, this is where the tornado is going to be crossing. So if you're in that vicinity, you need to go ahead and take those tornado precautions at this time. There is, okay, just got the latest sweep of the radar. It's still right there. That is only about 2 miles from crossing KFOR-TV at this point. I'm going to go back and just kind of what we call scrub through the data here, and you can clearly see that circulation as it continues weakening here. That is the old one that produced the other tornado. Not much left to it. It's still spinning, but this is the new one. This is the new tornado report. So again, tornado warning continues for Sumner County.
Jay, I mean, reflectivity, it's almost taken a supercell shape again. This thing had kind of.
Are you still using Wichita still?
Yeah, I am.
Okay,
so
then I will stick.
Sure,
with Vance at this point.
This thing has almost become a little more supercellular again. So.
Yes, it has. And don't be confused. I know a lot of times your eyes are probably going to that donut hole. That's not the bounded weak echo region. It's down here, the one still to the south of 44. Yep. That's what we're looking at. Now this. On the backside, this is the other circulation that produced the tornado that's weakening dramatically with that curvature there. But right in there, matter of fact, we do look at that. We got a drop gate, so we do have a little bounded weak echo region indicated there. Not this one here. I know sometimes your eyes kind of get focused on the donut holes. Nope, that would be the tornado that's about to cross K44 in Sumner County tonight. We got reports verified for the National Weather Service out of Wichita, and that was a spotter report. So we really appreciate you coming in. And don't forget, if you have a chance to send us texts or send us photos, we love the reports. Really helps us out here. And obviously the Doppler radar is doing a fine job as always tonight, but the eyes on the ground are just absolutely, a big part of the process here. And as Colton was alluding to, I'll put this in motion over the past 15 minutes, just given its direction. Getting into Wellington proper would really be difficult for this circulation. So here it is right here. And we'll go back and you can just kind of extrapolate the line here. And so, I mean, Mayfield, yes, Anson, but places like, Clearwater, Hayesville, and Derby need to keep an eye on this storm. Number one, just because of the heavy rain, and looked like it spiked up with probably some quarters at one point here near Mayfield. It may spike back up again.
It kind of has in the last minute or two. Kind of watching the hail products here, and just as the storm takes on a more supercellular shape, no surprise, hail core kind of returning a little bit. This is the most intense it's looked since it was back in Oklahoma. It's still small, okay? Not everybody in here is seeing tremendous hail, but storm is getting a little meaner as we approach midnight, Jay.
And yeah, and that's okay. Well, I just got the latest volume scan here, so let me flip back over the velocity, and we will query this.
So it's now crossed K44.
Yep, and let me zoom in. There's your circulation. Yep, north of K44, as Colton was alluding to now, between Milan Road and South Chikaskey Road, which is K49 coming down from the south here. So that's now north of 44 and continues tracking off towards the northeast. As far as, again, I'm going to tell you the location best we can of where that circulation's near, but, so give yourself a little wiggle room. But there is Springdale Road, 80th Street, and K44. So between 80th Street and K44, the vicinity of Springdale Road is where that circulation is. And so instead of looking at the velocity mode, now we're going to go back over and we're going to check what's called the correlation coefficient. And there is a drop there. This is a really dirty product, but still the fact that the drop lines up where the velocity is, you can kind of infer that that's probably a little debris getting kicked up. We'll see if the gang at the Weather Service in Wichita agrees that that's going to be a velocity signature. Again, this is really noisy. Sometimes it's really clear cut and really drops off. That's kind of, as my daughter would say, it's a little sus. We'll see if that continues to improve at that point.
It's almost midnight.
It is almost midnight. All right. So let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar.
Gate to gate out of Wichita is about 91. We're shooting about 2,200 feet up at this point. So, and the latest scan is a little less impressive. So,
all right, yeah, and here we go. Here, you can still see it. There's the back towards Vance. There's the away from Vance. So it is still a rotational signature, but as Colton alluded to, it is not as sharp as it was, which is obviously good news. And as we've been talking about, as this continues to come north, the atmosphere is a little less wanting to keep these things as bad as they were down in Oklahoma. So we'll see if that trend continues as it continues to come north and come north. But you were looking at some of the VIL data earlier, and you were saying it was starting to spike back up, right?
It had, I mean, kind of as has been the case all evening long, right? They kind of spiked up and spiked back down. It was somewhat strong as it crossed the Oklahoma state line, and then it kind of eventually ramped up again right as it crossed K44. Then look at the last scan. It has come back down in intensity. So we're probably talking hail less than an inch at this point with the way the data is kind of interpreting this, which would make a lot of sense for where we are right now. Not to say that it couldn't ramp up again. I mean, the thunderstorm itself looks a little meaner than it did at one point. Kind of has taken a slight left turn, which can usually help with hail, but right now I would say if there's any intense hail, if there's any severe hail, it's probably just a couple miles west-southwest of Mayfield, a little ways north of the circulation. So.
Okay, and what I've done is I'm going to still use the Vance radar because, I mean, we're to the point where with every sweep, it's getting to where Vance is now getting higher than Wichita. So we're kind of starting to get past that transition point where one radar beam is going to be a little higher than the other one. But I'm going to just keep this looping over the past 15 minutes so we can watch that couplet come to the north. And as it does, it's not as, okay, there you go. New sweep just came in. Is it still rotating? Yes. Is it well organized? No. So we're going to continue to watch this. They're going to, as long as it's spinning like that, Weather Service is going to keep that tornado warning in progress, but at least we're trending in the right way. And now I'm going to pop over and we're going to check the correlation coefficient here at the same time.
The Wichita scan, ironically, is a little more impressive in the last couple minutes. So,
okay. And that's fine. I mean, we're getting lower here.
Yeah.
And you can kind of maybe, okay, that was the area, that last circulation.
Yeah.
So maybe, okay, you can kind of play, watch as it come up across K44. That would at least make sense that's the area it would be in. So that could be, I gotta admit, that's not really the best indication I have seen tonight, but it's still the potential for an indication for still something going on.
Is that from Vance or Wichita?
This is out of Vance.
Let's see what Wichita looks like.
Yeah, I'm using the Vance radar now. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah. Again, that's
a hard maybe.
And this is one of the things about using these products. Trust me, dual polarization has really been great, but it's a lot of fuzzy logic involved as far as, okay, there's a lot of maybe, and you got to make sure that you've got, a certain amount of radar echo covering the area, not to get false positive and things too. So we'll continue to keep an eye on that. Let me go back over. I'm going to look at the just the base reflectivity off Vance. And we're going to roll this one over the past 15 minutes. We cut that time down. Usually have it set for default for about 30, but when we're working this tight, we got to shorten it up so it'll stay on screen. So what's left of that circulation, if it's still there, it's right in here. And I got to admit, you're not really seeing it surrounded by a whole lot of intense reflectivity right around the area of circulation. You got to get away from it, get downstream. That's where you still got that hail potential from, K49 and the intersection of 49 and 160 near Mayfield.
And we're approaching the moment where the Weather Service is going to have to make a decision here. And if they do extend this, inevitably more weather radios will go off. Could we see that extending into far southern, southeastern Sedgwick County, possibly?
Okay, here's the latest sweep out of Vance. Now, you tell me what you're seeing on Wichita, but this is getting much more disorganized now.
Yeah, which is higher up.
Yep.
Scanning of Wichita's leaves a lot to be desired also.
Okay, so we think between the two radars, we're either seeing status quo or better instead of worse.
Yeah, right, exactly.
At this point, so okay. I got to admit, this is working out well when you have a storm that's equidistant between two radars. They can both query them at the same time. This is a great way to exchange a lot of information. Hope you're enjoying the coverage tonight here on KAKE for the tornado warning still in progress across Sumner County. Not just warnings, but we've had visual reports through the Weather Service confirming tornadoes. We've also had Doppler radar debris signature confirmations of at least one, and we think probably two tornadoes occurring tonight. One was near Metcalf, and the other one was crossing K44 between Milan Road and over towards Chicaskia Road as that continues tracking on off towards the north. The good news, we seem to overall have a much more disorganized area of circulation. This is using the Vance radar. Colton was seeing the same thing using the Wichita radar, because now we're starting to get closer from the Vance over to the Wichita radar. So you got a couple of storm reports up there.
Yeah, I mean, this thing was a tornado produces machine back into Oklahoma. In fact, several of these managed to touch the ground. That latest report has officially come in now for that storm just a little bit, or for the tornado, I should say, just a little bit off to the west of Corbin. So obviously that spotter report there, we reported that live on the air here about 10, 12 minutes ago. For now, as far as confirmation goes, that's the only thing that we're seeing. I mean, the latest indications, I mean, that I know we keep going at scan after scan here, but look at the latest. I mean,
yeah, there's not much going on here.
Very unimpressive.
And that's why the Weather Service was talking about how they're contemplating a new tornado warning. They're doing the same thing. They're looking at these two radars and going, okay, has this degraded enough to where we should stop it? Counter to that is we've had confirmed tornadoes with this storm. Should we keep it going? So that's the decision coin that they're flipping right now over to Eisenhower. Honestly, with the trend, we would not be surprised if they just let this thing go and monitor to see if it tightens back up again. So we might get a cancellation of the warning, and only if this tightens up and spins back up again will we get a new tornado warning. Still the potential for some hail quarter size, you know, KFOR-TV crossing US 160 near Mayfield here. That is going to track over towards Anson. And there's the potential for severe thunderstorm warnings to get into Sedgwick County, especially from Conway Springs over towards Hayesville and Derby because of a hail core threat. As far as the city of Wichita proper, if you're looking down to the south, you're getting a great light show tonight. You know, matter of fact, I think I've got, I'm going to pop up the Garvey camera here so you can take a look at it. There you go. It's coming up. There you go. I'm going to even step out of the way. I'm going to roll the card out of the way, too. You know, when I got the card out, I'm going to be scrubbing through some data. So let me get this out of the way so you can see the light show going on. Only had basically brief heavy rain here in Wichita. Even at the station earlier, had a little brief heavy rain shower come through, and then that moved off pretty darn quickly. So you're looking live from atop the Garvey Center. A lot of lightning with that thunderstorm that's in Sumner County. Currently still under a tornado warning, but the good news is the area of circulation has significantly weakened with that. And Colton, you're looking at the hail core with that storm too.
Yeah, if there's going to be a quarter-size hailstone, it's coming into the south side of Mayfield at this point. But I think it's a stretch to assume that there's many quarters in there. Probably talking more of the lesser pocket change variety, probably nickels, pennies, down to peas. Well, Mayfield over to Roland Station. I would say on its current track, even Wellington, probably not going to have a whole lot of hail roll through the area, so that's good news. We knew tonight had a big-time hail potential. For the remainder of the area, just to kind of give a broader view here, there is heavy rain going on from Butler County, even off to the east, El Dorado, over way to Rosalia, Eureka, up to Hamilton. This is heavy rain and lightning. You're probably hearing this. No weather radios going off for things like that, but this is heavy rain and lightning. We told you today on KAKE News you were going to hear this tonight, and that's what we're talking about. Off to the southwest, this storm structure is not all that different, except it just happens to be at the southwestern tip. That's where the wind shear tends to be the highest, and that's where we do have that couplet. So if that will dissipate, by the way, Jay, a new tornado warning is on the way for northern Sumner County, so they're going to drag this out here to see what this is going to do. I guess the latest scans were confident enough. Okay. Either that or the history was enough.
Yeah, and you can understand that. Sure. So let's go ahead and I'm going to zoom in tighter here, and we're going to take another look at it. So a tornado warning is going to be coming out pretty darn soon for this. Oh, let me engage that. There we go. Now I should be able to get this done. Very nice. So we're going to go into the part of the thunderstorm. And I got to admit, even looking at the reflectivity, you can kind of infer hook here, hook there. So let me go, and I tell you what, I'm going to continue to query. You're using Wichita still, right?
I am,
okay,
yeah.
So I tell you what, I'm going to go over and pop over to Vance here. And even though you've got, you know, a more kind of a hook-looking structure, that's a very weak area of circulation. This one is better, but still not super impressive, but it's approaching Mayfield. So if you're in Mayfield, take those tornado precautions if you haven't already. How does it look from the Wichita radar perspective?
It looks a little better than it did in the last few minutes. It is now kind of technically crossing out of that polygon now, so the new polygon should be forthcoming here in just a moment. So looks like we just had a new tornado report. I'm going to guess that's a little old. But with that being said, obviously we don't have the new tornado warning yet. But with that being said, here's the latest track for where it's going to go. And I would reckon a bunch of these areas, there's a new warning. We'll get it in just a second. When we do, some of these areas, right there inside that warning box. So Slate Valley School, sort of the next thing down the line, 12:15, Riverdale, 12:30, Meridian School, 12:33. Eventually, we're going to be talking about I-35. If this thing hangs on, we'll be talking about Interstate 35 there. We still have a ways to go, and we're talking Mulvane. It's close. I mean, closer to 1 o'clock. So if this thing holds together, it's been persistent for a few minutes though.
Yeah, and I saw that report that came out. That earlier was a report near 80th and South Bluff Road. That would have been south of Mile. That would have been from that storm earlier.
From the very first circulation.
The one that we had the debris detection on near Metcalf that we already talked about. But it's nice to get the reports confirming that. But around Mayfield, that's where you need to go ahead and take those precautions at this time. So there's the velocity mode off of Vance, and then we go to the velocity mode off of Wichita, and it's all lined up in the same place here. So around Mayfield, go take those precautions. I mean, sure, you can make out a little weak circulation there, but that's not what they're warning on. So let's go ahead and get down and just stay hunkered down at this point. We'll let this thing pass. Go over to since we're closer here, I'm going to use the Row HV out of Wichita and put this in motion over the past 15 minutes. Let's see what we get with that. We'll let it loop. Can't really, you can't really say that's not necessarily junky. This is really junky stuff to look at. But if you're around Mayfield, just go ahead and stay in your shelters, continue to use those tornado precautions. And they just extended the warning within Sumner County at this point. Southern Sedgwick, we're going to keep an eye out this for you, because if it continues moving to the north at some point, they're probably going to consider at least something for over towards, it would be Hayesville, Derby, and then potentially getting into Butler County over in Rose Hill, but that's kind of a little ways out, but just kind of downstream, Clearwater, Hayesville, Derby, Mulvane, Rose Hill, the city of Wellington, those circulations are not going to impact you.
And Jay, we've got sirens sounding in Wichita, Kellogg, and Rock Road, so folks on the east side probably waking up, probably joining us, so maybe kind of try to give them a broader view. Don't think there's any concern for that area at this current moment. Not to say there won't be in a little while. But
well, yeah, we got that report, but the EM did not tell us they were sounding sirens in Sedgwick County. So I got a feeling that that's some kind of glitch.
Okay.
Because there would be no reason to set those off at Kellogg and Rock.
I would agree.
We don't have any warning on that, and also I don't believe the siren policy for Sedgwick County is to set them off for that.
Especially for a downstream warning 40 miles out.
Yeah, I don't. I think that there's probably a bug in the system. So I don't know, but I'm glad we got the report. They're going off, because if they are, we'll let you know that if you're in the city of Wichita at this time, there's no severe weather occurring in the city of Wichita. It's occurring to the south, and we're monitoring it very closely to see if this gets into southern parts of Sedgwick County. If it does impact the city of Wichita, it would be the east side and the south side, and also McConnell Air Force Base. The tornado warnings continue for Sumner County, and the Weather Service basically drew it right to the county line. And they did it very intentionally, because we know that we're getting into an atmosphere that's probably a little less likely to sustain it. So as it continues moving north and north, they're kind of saying, all right, as long as we keep the polygon, the box kind of small, we'll give it time to do its thing and see if it's going to finally wind this up and just be a heavy rain and a hail producer, and we can be done with this little tornado nonsense that we got going on. Report of a tornado on the ground near northeast of Southeast 10 Road and Freepoint Road at this time. So that's coming out of Harper County, 911. Northeast, Southeast 10th Road and Freeport Road. Harper County EM getting that. I wonder if that's being relayed. That's got to be relayed by somebody in Sumner County. They said near Freeport. On Freeport Road.
Sirens sounding in Derby as well.
Okay.
Which Derby is still a little ways upstream from the circulation, but certainly would not be out of the line of fire if this thing holds together. Derby, we're probably talking closer to 1 o'clock in the morning. Here's some more times arrival. Again, a lot of these kind of exist outside of the polygon, so just because you show up in this box does not mean you're currently in the tornado warning, but it's certainly time to start thinking about this. persistent tornado. We're getting more reports coming in that this thing may be on the ground at this point. So Peck at 1239, Mulvane at 1247, Hayesville at 1249. It'd probably have to take a pretty good left turn. But regardless, Derby 1252. I mean, if it stayed on perfect track at this point, we'd be talking about Derby, but that's still at least 30-40 minutes away. So stay with us here.
Yeah, we got the circulation. We'll go back over the velocity. There it is now north of 160. So that area circulation is now north of US 160. So Mayfield, that tornado threat is now past you, and it will continue north of 160. And at this point, yeah, it's going to clear Wellington completely. Wellington, you don't have anything to worry about from this particular threat as that continues tracking off towards the north here. Now Anson, Riverdale. Probably going to stay west of Belle Plaine at this point, but this will continue to the north. And as far as southern parts of Sedgwick County, yeah, anywhere from Clearwater, Hayesville, Derby, Mulvane, all within the potential for this path. We'll see if it's still making a tornado by the time it gets there. But those will be places downstream that we continue to watch, even so in Anson here. So the tornado warning is confined to Sumter County now, but this is kind of your heads up, southern parts of Sedgwick, south of Wichita, something to kind of keep an eye on should this be a very persistent area of circulation. Let me go back over to the correlation coefficient. We're close enough here. We're going to be using Wichita here from now on out because we're close enough to the ground. And I don't know, that circulation I saw was right about up in here. So this kind of just striking me as noisy data right now.
Yeah, if anything, it's right there at Anson Road and 160. So wherever that is on your CC, if that matches up, maybe a drop, maybe.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the circulation is at Anson and 160. Okay. Or just, okay, now you just got the latest sweep of data.
The latest scan is in.
Okay.
And
so we'll see if this is persistent. If this little area continues jogging to the north along with that, that'll at least give us a little more confidence that maybe that is a debris detection getting kicked up here.
And one thing I was doing just a moment ago, Jay, that we can take a look at is the terminal Doppler weather radar. Had a half decent view a moment ago of the circulation. Obviously kind of shoots a little lower there, maybe a little more broad, but still gives us an idea at least of where this could be. It's kind of all lining up right there around Anson and 40th. I would say anywhere, let's say between Mayfield and 30th, and then up to Clearwater and 50th. Anywhere in that zone is probably where you need to be more so concerned if this thing is on the ground. That's where it's at. So obviously Anson and 40th is right in the middle of that, but I would say as far west as Mayfield and as far east as Clearwater right now, that is, should be a little more concerned about where this thing could be. I would believe at this point maybe it's intermittently up and down. So
yeah, and plus we get the circulation here, but yeah, we'll see with the next sweep what this CC does if this kind of comes to the north, because if it makes that jog along with the velocity data, we have a little more confidence of what's going on here. But yeah, we still got that. I mean, I see you still got the velocity data up, so it's still very persistent as that continues to move. And I know there's a little chatter going on about the fact that at this time, officially from the Weather Service, no, there's not a warning for Sedgwick County at this point, but still, just based on the persistence of this storm, residents of southern Sedgwick County should be paying attention to this and being prepared to take those tornado precautions, especially, places like Hayesville and Derby at this time to see if this still goes on. But technically, I know there's been reports of some sirens going off. At this point, the Weather Service has not issued a warning for Sedgwick County. We're kind of getting the semantics here, but southern Sedgwick County still needs to be aware of what's going on. Let's go back over to the reflectivity mode of the radar at this point. And right in there. Yep, we still got nice little curvature with that associated with it. So we go back to the velocity data, and we're going to roll that over the past. I'll tell you what, let's use the past 15 minutes here. And let's go forward in time. Not real, I've got to admit, this is at least not, it's not worse, that's for sure.
Certainly.
It is not worse, that's for darn sure.
Definitely much less impressive.
Yeah, so this is, I still feel like we're trending the right way here. Go ahead and, keep a heads up because that heavy rain and also the hail threat will be coming in here soon enough.
Yeah, I was actually just looking at those hail sizes. The hail core doing what it's done all night. It's ramped up and down.
Up and down, up and down.
Up and down. So I would say currently it's a little more up, a little ways to the northwest of Roland Station. I could buy the argument that there's a quarter-size hailstone in there, kind of lifting, kind of at this point a little further north than it is off to the east. So maybe between Anson and Riverdale would be, if there's a quarter-size hailstone, probably where it's going to fall. This moves off to the northeast. I mean, eventually the hail core will probably outlast the tornado. So once the tornado threat dissipates, even areas on down the line from Mulvane up into Derby, Rose Hill, eventually into like Augusta could potentially be in for a hail threat. So that could be for a loud night, maybe a little bit of damage. I don't think there's a ton of damaging hail out there. But with that being said, that will more than likely outlast the tornado threat. But with that being said, unless this thing takes a hard left turn, we're not talking about downtown Wichita by any means. So.
Okay, hang on 1 second, Cole. Keep on going over there because I'm in the process. I just got sent a photograph that I'm going to get over to you that we can get on air of the tornado.
Yep. Nope.
So hang on just 1 second while I get everything over.
So just to kind of take a broader view for folks who maybe are waking up, I know we've had some sirens going off in and around Wichita. The Weather Service really wants us to reiterate there is no tornado threat for Wichita or for Sedgwick County at this time. Okay, there's no tornado threat. Obviously continue to monitor, but at this point this thing is moving east faster than it's moving to the north. So Sedgwick County, Wichita, those sirens going off, things like that, not of concern at this time. When you need to be concerned is obviously when we start calling that out. That's not happened yet. Weather radios going off, things like that. So
okay, I just sent that over to you. This was from 11:44 at the tornado, a mile north of Metcalf. So go ahead and bring it back to me. That way Colton can get that together. So just take me full, and so we'll get that on air. But that was the one where we had the debris detection near Metcalf, confirming the tornado on the ground. So we got a picture of that coming for you. That was sent in by Hugh Davidson. Appreciate you sharing that for us. So you still have, the area of, if you look at the reflectivity, you go old school, you see the hook. It's right there south of Anson, even though the velocity signature was not quite as pronounced as it was earlier. And that storm has consistently tracked to kind of the north-northeast. And so downstream of that, Clearwater, Hayesville, Derby, Peck, Mulvane, yes, you need to be prepared as this storm rolls towards you. Number one, you'll get into the rain and then the hail. And if you're trying to find it, you will not see it. There's no visibility through the hail core and through the heavy rain. And so if this continues, the Weather Service is going to have to pull the trigger here within probably 15 to 20 minutes of whether or not they're going to push a tornado warning into Sedgwick County. At this point, Sedgwick County is not included. I know we've had some reports of sirens going off, and don't know if those were sounded intentionally or if there's just a glitch in the system at this point, but we're still continuing to watch that. So let me kind of reset the scene here and talk about this. Let me go over to the velocity data, and we'll get an update on that. So let's go to Wichita. We'll go over to the base velocity, and then we're going to zoom in here and roll it for you over the past 30 minutes. And there's that area circulation coming up from the south, and there it is near Mayfield. This is all kind of junky now. This is not a clear indication of circulation. We're not saying it can't tighten back up here, but as I'm talking to you now, this is an improvement in what we have been seeing. So I'm kind of happy to see this. And so the Weather Service is kind of, going to be weighing that and taking that into consideration. But we're going to go back. There's that circulation coming near Mayfield, comes to the north, and now it is highly disorganized. Going to go over to, we conveniently call this debris detection, but it's a correlation coefficient. Basically, we're looking for, this has gotten so junky now. When it was near Mayfield, there it is right there. You go up to the north, I don't know, it's too noisy to get any kind of read on it at this point, Colton. So we continue to back that back out and just go to the raw velocity product.
And while you're doing that,
go ahead.
Here's that photo, by the way.
Okay, great. Go ahead.
From earlier, very clearly, what an excellent photo, right? You can clearly make out almost the elephant trunk. The condensation cloud probably makes it all the way to the ground there. This is old. This is not right this minute. This was taken 11:44, but confirmation of that tornado north of Metcalf. Thanks, Hugh. We appreciate you sending that in. This is the same cell, right? This is all the same system. No reason to believe that that exact tornado is still back on the ground, but same circulation continues to give us problems. It certainly, I'll tell you this, does not look remotely as impressive on radar as it did this moment. This moment is probably where it looked most impressive on radar, so not surprised that it was visually able to be seen there. But I tell you what, JM, still circulation. I mean,
it's still there, but it's a lot weaker. And you know what I'm noticing now, because on my Facebook post for the tornado warning for Sumter County, I'm getting a lot of people saying, I'm hearing sirens in East Wichita. What's going on? I don't know why they sounded. Okay, do you know why?
Here's what happened. The explanation has been given. I'm going to zoom in really tight.
Okay.
If you notice here, the warning line, that's the Sedgwick County line. The warning.
Oh, the polygon got
it by about a mile. And so evidently they're on a trigger, if you will. Sedgwick County went under warning technically, even though it really didn't. And that's what triggered.
That makes a lot of sense now. But you know, but what I find very interesting is I thought that Sedgwick County transitioned to a polygon-dependent siren system where only the sirens within the poly would sound, and we're getting reports of Kellogg and Rock going off, Woodlawn and 63rd going off, which is nowhere near that polygon. So even though I'm glad you pointed that out, that apparently when they drug the box, they missed it by a mile and got into Sedgwick County. But if you look at all the text products, there is no warning for Sedgwick County as far as the Weather Service is concerned, even though they accidentally drug the polygon. But I really thought we went to a system within Sedgwick County that only warned within the poly.
Well, and we know there were issues with drawing the warnings earlier today, so who knows?
Who knows if maybe the guy coded wrong in the lat long in the product. This sounds like a story we'll put Kate Devine on. Okay.
Figure that one out tomorrow, right?
So we continue to look at the velocity mode here, and at least the good news is we do not have a highly organized area of circulation as we're talking. And I got to admit, I really appreciate everybody saying, okay, sirens going off in Derby and Mulvane again. That's great. And they're posting this on my Facebook.
Yep.
You know what? All you got to do is turn on KAKE and you'll find out instantly. That's the beauty of this thing called TV. So hopefully you're joining us now. And look, the latest sweep came in. There's nothing here. Okay? We're not seeing a circulation that is concerning me at this moment. As far as VIL density, are we still, I mean, obviously we may still spike up with some hail and all that, and we could still potentially reorganize. But as I sit here and talk to you, I do not see anything that looks threatening in terms of a circulation. I'm not saying one could not redevelop again, but at least this is feeling a lot better. I mean, we'll keep an eye down here around Anson. Obviously, anywhere you got the southwest corner of a storm like this, you're going to keep an eye on it. And we got the heavy rain coming into Mulvane and obviously some hail. But yeah, all the sirens are apparently going off around a good chunk of parts of Sedgwick County. But no, Sedgwick County is, as far as the Weather Service is concerned, there's no tornado warning at this point.
Okay, so with that circulation, with that being said, we'll kind of talk more about the hail product. Look what's happened. All right, so as has been the case all evening long, kind of up and down, up and down. I'm going to pause this. Here would be the latest kind of indication of what's going on. The radar indicating, at this point, you could probably make a pretty decent argument that there's at least some quarters in here, maybe up to some golf balls in this most intense core, kind of passing between Anson and between Riverdale. Again, notice the hail core is really not all that big, right? We're talking a couple miles.
I'm really zoomed into it over here. So yeah, I'll show you where it is. You look at the reflectivity. So there is Ridge Road, there's Hoover Road, and 110th. Remember, this is down in Sumter County. This isn't Sedgwick County, but what Colton is showing you for the hail core, this is how it's presenting itself in the reflectivity mode. So this is where the large hail is going to be falling. Let me get the roads turned back on. There you go. So there's Ridge, there's Hoover, East 110th Avenue, there's East 100th Avenue down on the southern part of the screen, and there's 120th. So that's where the hail core is at the current time, and you've got the track for it, Colton.
Yeah, I mean, as far as where that's headed, off to the north and to the east, obviously. So there's some of those times arrival, Mulvane, 1250, Derby, about 1255. This is, at the moment, nothing that we would call a devastating hailstorm by any means. Obviously, could still cause some property damage and things like that, but supercell is losing its juice, so that's good news. I still think it could produce a severe hailstone here or there, certainly up to quarter, if not a little higher than that. Eventually up into the Riverdale area by 1 o'clock, Rose Hill, up into 105. And yeah, I mean, we're certainly starting to call out some areas that are closely associated with Wichita, right? Cessna Aircraft Field there, 106, kind of still, that would kind of take a left turn. It would need to take a left turn to do that. I think this thing's eventually going to get out into Butler County before it spends a whole lot of time in Sedgwick County, but nonetheless still watching for it to eventually cross the county line before we know it.
And from the Sedgwick County Emergency Management, Cody Sharvett says, quote, obviously any sirens going off is a malfunction, unquote. That's from your Sedgwick County Emergency Management. Thank you, Cody, for getting in and letting us know about that. So that is the word from the people that own and run the sirens, just to let you know. Here is the only thing resembling a weak area of rotation currently in Sumner County. It is just to the east of Anson Road. And the reason I'm going to show it to you is it is extremely weak, because if I back out the view and I switch over to the reflectivity mode of the radar, you kind of associate it with what some people would interpret as a hook. The key word is interpret. That is a very weak area of circulation that we're watching. What Colton has been focusing on and was showing you very nicely is the hail core that's over near Ziba. So this is the big threat right now, is the hail. We will continue to watch to see if we get new circulations to develop, but right now there are no circulations. Yes, we have a tornado warning in effect until 1 a.m. I know that's 34 minutes away from where we are, but if we don't produce any new circulations or anything tightens up for probably about the next 15 minutes or so, they'll cancel that early. They're not going to let that roll to 1. They'll probably let it spin down to a severe thunderstorm warning at that point. But we're in a really good place right now. We're not seeing strong circulation. Sure, we're dealing with a couple of hail cores, but in terms of anything imminent, because earlier when we would see a tornado dissipate, it wasn't that long until we saw the next circulation really spin up and take its place. Haven't seen that in a little while now. So the trend is working in our favor. Let me go back over to the velocity mode of the radar. Colton, jump in at any time, bud, but I'm not seeing anything here that's concerning me.
I was looking at the terminal Doppler weather radar. Kind of provides us another vantage here. Circulation certainly not impressive. Okay, we're talking about at this point we're scanning 400 or 500 feet, so we're at the ground at this point where we would need to be concerned. And I mean, I'm not going to tell you there's nothing there, but that's nothing that really catches our attention by any means. I mean, it looks about the same out of Wichita at this point, so.
There you go, and I'm getting hit up. Tornado sirens now being heard in the southern part of Andover.
Yeah.
Okay. The tornado warning is in effect for Sumner County till 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only place right now. Do we think we have an active tornado in progress? No, we do not. Did we earlier? Yes, we showed you the photographs. Thanks again for sharing those. And what is it? Okay, you saw the really good, nice elephant trunk. That was a great photograph. It was lit by the lightning. But in the scheme of things, that is a very low wind storm. And you saw the fact that it was close enough to the radars where we had that debris detection kick up and the correlation coefficient. So it shows the really benefit of the Doppler radars. I see you got the picture back up there. Again, thanks a lot, Hugh.
Yeah, what a fantastic photo, right? I mean, that just screams Kansas, you know, kind of dark but well lit behind. Elephant trunk tornado really low to the ground. I mean, it's March. It's time for these, you know. By the way, severe thunderstorm warning coming for Sedgwick County momentarily. That's coming in for large hail, at least for damaging hail. Remember, we've been showing you the warning box is going to be really big. A lot of you are going to be in the warning box. The hail core is going to be about that big compared to the size of the warning box, okay? Not to say you're not going to see property damage out of hail, but I don't think it'll be very many of us. That's good news. So, you know, obviously if...
Yeah, and the key phrase is what's being issued?
Severe thunderstorm warning.
Severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. If they were concerned about any of this, it would have been a tornado warning. Period, end of story. So we're still playing we're watching mode. We're not hyper concerned at this point as far as a tornado threat. Is there one still possible? Yes. We'll see if that develops. But it's more the hail core from Ziba to Peck. That's going to cross in. That's why they issued, well, it's coming out here. Pretty soon you're going to see that blink. But remember, the sirens do not sound in Sedgwick County for severe thunderstorm warning. So if they're going off now, okay, I don't know about you. Have you seen the lightning show that we've got going on outside?
It looks fantastic.
I'm going to punch it up. I'm going to punch the camera up for you, and then I'm going to back out of the key here. That way you can see this. We have got an incredible display being put on by nature tonight from the severe thunderstorm that is rolling out of Sumner County into Sedgwick County. Yep. Just an impressive display. Very impressive display with that. And there's your severe thunderstorm warning, as we told you. Oh, what have you got, Cold?
New photo. Braden Pierce, appreciate you sending this in. This was roughly 30 minutes ago, okay? This was in Argonia looking east towards Mayfield. That lines up. Same thing, elephant trunk out the bottom. Whether or not that's reaching the ground doesn't really matter. That's certainly close enough to warrant getting inside, okay? So obviously, not to take away from the gorgeous lightning show, but more confirmation that this thing at the very least has been up and down all evening. I think the latest trends continue to support that it's not going to come back down at least too many more times, so that's good news.
That is true, and there is a severe thunderstorm warning for a good chunk of Wichita. And Colt, you know why I know that? Because my KAKE First Alert weather app told me that I'm under a severe thunderstorm warning here in the studio. So yes, it does include the KAKE studios. See the polygon? Now this is the beauty. The app follows you. So there's the yellow line, and then there's KAKE-TV. So because we're sitting here, that's why we got the alert on it. If you've not downloaded this, remember, number one, it is free. And number two, we have really recently put a lot of very short 1 minute or less videos in there daily about what's going on with the forecast and the severe weather threat. So if you don't have the app, it's great because it'll give you alerts too. It'll let you know severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings.
As this kind of lifts up into the metro, kind of take another broad view here. Remember, I told you the warning was going to be really big. The hail core is a lot smaller than the warning is itself. So, and not that the radar algorithm is perfect, by the way. You certainly can get hail outside of these colors, but this product actually does a really good job of telling us where the hail is. Let me move that just a tad so you can get a little better view there. As this is kind of the center of the hail core at this point, out to the west of Interstate 35, right out by Belle Plaine. This thing's going to lift up into Sedgwick County in the next 10-15 minutes, probably closer to 10 minutes. If the hail core stays on its current path, it's going to kind of follow the kind of center line of that warning there. At the current path, at the current trajectory, it's going to pass off to the east of downtown Wichita. Okay, so not to say it couldn't grow, certainly could become more intense, but that's the great news is that currently we're not talking about 2 to 2.5 inch hail. We're talking about quarters, maybe $half at most. So that's great news. And Jay, even better news to pass along. Tornado warning has been canceled.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that was until 1 o'clock. And we knew that if that circulation didn't kick up, there was no way they were going to leave everybody on the hook till 1 in the morning. So thanks a lot, Wichita, for doing that. And we're just enjoying the show. I almost want to pop some popcorn because this is an incredible display of lightning we have going on tonight. Unfortunately, it also comes with some hail. Heavy rain over not only Butler County, but through Greenwood County. You know what? This is one of those days, if I'm not talking about you, it's a good thing. Because the only place we're talking about is where we've had 2 tornadoes in Sumner County earlier tonight. Now, again, what we had so far, we got the pictures. We haven't had any reports of damage, so we don't know if we've damaged anything. But what we've experienced in KAKE land tonight pales in comparison to what they had down in Oklahoma. Oklahoma, much more powerful tornadoes. Do we know about confirmed damage? No, but just based on the velocity signatures alone and what we were seeing with some of the news channels down there, definitely a lot more going on. Now, they canceled the tornado warning. And I know you're not under any warning in Sumner County, but you're still got a severe thunderstorm going on. I know you don't have a polygon right now, but let's give the Weather Service a little grace. It's still a severe thunderstorm warning, and the one that's been issued for Sedgwick County, including Wichita, that is going until 1:30 in the morning. So let's zoom in and show you the hail core. You know, this is one thing Colton, using the VIL, really doing a good job. Just showing you how this thing is pulsed up and down, pulsed up and down. Right now it is crossing into Sedgwick County along US 81. It'll be crossing the Turnpike and eventually sliding over towards Hayesville. Now, Mulvane, you're going to miss out on the hail on this one. Sure, you got some heavy rain, maybe smaller hail, but this one's going to be 81 and the Turnpike. But Hayesville, you're more in the path to see this hail threat. And I know if you're looking at that, you see that little, I'm not going to call it a hook, but you see that little curl there? Let's go and just check it with the velocity, because that's what we're doing here. Anytime we got the southwest flank of the storm, we're just going to be keeping our eyes out, and we don't see any area of organized rotation here. So we're still in really good shape in terms of we don't see anything that's concerning us in terms of a tornado threat.
By the way,
hail. Yeah, go ahead.
Hail core is going to pass right over the Kansas Star Casino. So anybody who may be out there and indoors, not a covered parking lot.
That's true. It's not. I don't know how you're going to protect your car.
So that is That's the parking lot right there for the KanStar Casino. Now I'm going to back out just a little ways, kind of keep your eye on that spot there. Right here it is. Here's the hail core. Now we're not talking, again, we're not talking baseballs by any means. This is quarters, maybe $50, but that's going to cross right over the KanStar Casino. I call that out more so because I know many folks know exactly where that's at. You drive in Interstate 35 from Oklahoma, that's the KanStar Casino right there. So that's where the hail core is. That's where it's going to cross I-35, and at that point it's going to end up passing off eventually north of Mulvane across K-15 at some point. So.
All right, thanks for grabbing that about the casino. Absolutely, that exit right off the turnpike there. There you go. There's Hayesville, Derby. There's your hail core that's right along 81. Like you said, that's going to come right over the casino with probably some quarters. If you happen to have us on a television at the KanStar and it starts hailing, we would love it if you sent us a photograph confirming what the hail size is at your location. Not only would we like to share it, but we could put that out there with the Weather Service too and help them with a warning process. So yeah, if you're at the KanStar Casino, go ahead when the hail starts. If you don't mind, just take a camera, stick it out the door, take a couple of photographs. We'd love to know what the hail size is going on there. Here we're tracking it now over the past 30 minutes, and this is just rolling up to the north. I'm going to expand the view a little bit. So there's Hayesville. It's going to probably roll over Hayesville, come basically right up 81 to the turnpike, but eventually it's going to cross the turnpike and then get into southern Wichita, McConnell Air Force Base, from downtown over towards the east side. So places like, Town East Mall, eventually getting over to maybe WSU and Jabera at this point. As far as Andover, the core may stay to the west of you. Looking off to the east, looks like between Rose Hill and Douglas, we may be trying to develop a different little hail core here. That one is basically going to roll due north, and that would be more of a potential target for Augusta as that continues on towards 77. So Augusta, you're not under severe thunderstorm warning now, but if that hail core should get a little bigger, one may be necessary. I'm just glad we're dealing with severe thunderstorm warnings now, Colton, because we were just kind of dogged by those circulations. Down in Oklahoma, really thought we were going to have some problems. Luckily, as things came north, it was not as bad. We were still waiting to see what the tornadoes that occurred, what they've done, if any, in the way of damage. We really appreciate you sharing the photos. But so far, we don't have the damage report yet. We're back to the velocity mode. We're looking for anything in trouble in terms of circulation. Still not seeing anything at this point. And I see you got tornado reports up there. What you got, Nicole?
Yeah, I certainly do. And take a look at this. Look at all the reports that have come in. This is now across mainly parts of Sumner County. I'm back out here. Obviously, there's, let's see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different tornado reports. Obviously, eventually what will happen, the Weather Service will go out, they'll assess these, they'll figure out, okay, maybe this was one tornado, then it lifted, and maybe it was another. Maybe this really was 6 different touchdowns here. So not to say we had 6 tornadoes tonight. It all eventually came from the same parent circulation. And you look back into Oklahoma, you kind of follow the leader, right? Look back here into southwestern Oklahoma. No surprise, or I say northwestern Oklahoma, no surprise that those same cells eventually ended up producing at least a tornado, if not a few tornadoes across parts of south central Kansas. The next thing I was looking at was the hail core. Here's the deal. It's gone up and it's gone down. Okay, so it's currently going down. That's not to say that it's not going to ramp back up. Look over the last 30 minutes. It is weekend right over the casino. Okay, so if somebody's aunt, uncle, or grandma was at the casino, the good news is the hail core ramped down just in time. The way it's done is it may kind of pick back up as it goes off to the north and to the east, closer to Derby. Not saying it will, but that's been the trend, right. Up and down, up and down. So.
Okay, hey, big hats off to Cody Sharvett over at Sedgwick County EM. I got to share what we talked about. So
the mystery's been solved.
He has solved the mystery. This is great. We talked about, and this is what Colton pointed out, is when they drew the polygon, it crossed 1 mile into Sedgwick County. The warning was issued for Sumner County, but when they dragged and dropped the polygon, it did include 1 mile north of the county line, so it grabbed part of Sedgwick County. Well, that grabbed the siren located at the KanStar Casino within that 1 mile zone. Because it grabbed that one, every siren within its zone tripped.
Which includes Kellogg and Rock.
Exactly, which include Derby, Mulvane, and East Wichita. So at least now Cody, again, gold star tonight for you for not only figuring this out, but putting us out there so we could share with everybody. So they are going to look at the programming to see if they can separate out some of the sirens in order to keep that from happening again. So again, Cody, thank you so much. The Sedgwick County Emergency Management Agency not only looking into it, but solving the mystery tonight. That's absolutely fantastic. And there's the heavy rain. Another little cell's popped up here just to the west of Mays. It's going to cross K96. But if there's going to be hail, like you said, it's rolling in basically the Kansas Coliseum, or not the Kansas Coliseum. That doesn't exist anymore. The Kansas Star Casino. That's where they used to play hockey back north.
Don't show
of
your
town
age.
Before they built
Don't show your
Arena.
age.
Stop it. Okay. And then we get over towards Douglas here. Now this earlier is rolling up, 77 over towards Augusta. Just heavy rain, some smaller hail. The good news, Colton, is like you were talking about in the Ville. It's trended down, and now the fingers are crossed to see does it repeat itself and pulse back up.
Absolutely. I mean, at the moment, it's at one of the lower points we have seen, right over the casino. Sorry, maybe about a mile. Nope, right over the casino. Here it is. At about the lowest point we've seen in a while. I mean, if I were to query this, it would tell us not impressive. Okay, less than an inch. So we're talking marble size, maybe at best at this point, based on the radar. Again, as Jay mentioned, if you happen to be there, happen to have us up on one of the TVs, let us know. We got a phone number. You can text us. I got it open right here. Shoot me a text. I'll see it right now what those hail sizes are. 757-525-3697. You don't have to, leave the slot machine to go take a photo. Just let me know what you're seeing outside. Let me know, because we'd love to know exactly what's happening there, because, again, as it's ramped up and down, we think a lot of the time it's sub-severe. So obviously that would be ideal.
All right, velocity. Nothing here of note. Colton, I don't know about you, but I'm getting to the point where I think we've been on here long enough. We've seen things settle down that we can kind of go back to doing some commercial break coverage instead of the continuous at this point, and unless you think there's a reason we shouldn't.
I mean, we may as well just stay until tomorrow evening at this point.
Well, yes, let's see if the front if cells uncap in front of the front, we're going to have a much worse day tomorrow than what we had tonight.
I think Frank's cooking his breakfast back in the back. So.
Oh, is he? Is Frank here yet? Okay. It'll be great to see Frank. But I think at this point we can step down the continuous coverage. We're going to go back into frequent updates, because I don't see anything life-threatening at this point. Sure, there's going to be some hail. Those are precautions you can take care of. We got the app going on here. So, Colton, what do you think?
I got a report, P to small marbles at the Kansas Star Casino. So the radar was dead on.
And you know what? And if that isn't a reason to stop this continuous coverage, I don't know what is. For Colton Williams, I'm meteorologist Jay Prater. Thank you for joining us on KAKE. We will keep you updated periodically through the rest of the night.
Showering in a locker room during a